Before we start, let's hit a few things straight. 1. I do not own Naruto. 2. I have other priorities like college, so updates will take time. 3. This is a fanfic, so no one complain if I don't follow the canon. 4. There will be no honorifics, unless the sensei part of a name like Kakashi Sensei, for example, counts. Jutsu will be in English, example. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Also, if someone could help me find the names of more Jutsu, that would help. And there won't be many Japanese words, except baka, which means idiot. I've only watched the show dubbed, so I don't know as much as manga readers and those watching it subbed. So no spoilers. 5. For any pervs out there looking for lemons, don't get your hopes up. I don't get into that stuff. However, depending on how well this story turns out, I might ask someone to write a lemon or two for me, just to appeal to you people and have some funny pervy sage moments. For those who don't like lemons, don't worry, they won't be important, and if there are any, they will be labeled so you can skip them. 6. There will be Sakura and Sasuke bashing. I don't hate them, but I'm not a fan of them either. I'll start during the Academy day, work though some of his Genin days, and maybe get into Shippuden. If I do get into Shippuden, my progress with the anime dub will reflect how it turns out. This is just an introduction to tell people what to expect, and I promise I'll try to give this story a good ending. I won't just end it with a list of what happens later or abandon the story. But again, this story will take time, so don't rush me too much. Oh, and one last thing, while I am open to suggestion, this story is mine and I decide how things happen. That said, I will ask for your opinions should I become indecisive or don't care about something. And I'm not saying I don't want to hear your ideas, just don't complain if I don't use them. I hope you readers enjoy my story. Thank you. Alpha. Well, better get started. Naruto. Hey man. Alpha. Oh hey Naru. Naruto. What the? When did? How did you? Shikamaru. Lady Tsunade sent us to welcome you as the newest Naruto fanfic writer. It's a drag, but I won't go against the Hokage's orders. Alpha. Shikamaru, you too? Shino. From behind Alpha. Why didn't you notice me? I got here first. Alpha. GH. Oh, well, hey, Shino. Shino, at least you recognized me. Looks at Naruto. Naruto. Shino, are you still upset about that? I said I was sorry. Alpha. Will someone explain how you're here? You're fictional anime characters. How can you even be here? Naruto. Oh, well, you see, Shino, you forgot, didn't you? Naruto. Shikamaru. Facepalm every single time. Troublesome. It's simple. When you started writing Naruto fanfic, you created a personal link to our world. Shino. This link allows you to interact with us as well as the rest of the Naruto cast. Alpha. So I'll also see Niji, Kakashi, Hinata, and the others. Shikamaru. Shino. Correct. Naruto. Absolutely. Alpha. So does this mean I can touch you and you can touch me? Shikamaru. Yeah, why do you ask? Alpha. I'm afraid my work will insult Sakura and she'll hit me with her super strength. Naruto. Yeah, Sakura does have anger issues. Sakura. What was that, Naruto? Naruto. S. Sakura, hey. When did you? Sakura punches Naruto, sending him flying. Alpha. Well, I better get to writing. Leaves before Sakura can punch him. Chapter 1. A friend? A small figure traveled through the shadows. Once the coast was clear, The blond boy moved into the light and headed home. For years, Naruto Uzumaki's life has been a living hell. With no family of his own, he was raised in the orphanage. During his time there, the staff would glare at him, and the other orphans would either push him around or avoid him like the plague. When adults came to adopt a child, they would always look at him like he was some kind of devil before adopting another child. The worst part was he never understood why. Finally, when he was 6 years old, the orphanage decided he was old to fend for himself and kicked him out. The third Hokage heard about this and, being one of the few people who liked the boy, decided to get Naruto his own apartment as well as an allowance for food and other necessities. Despite Sarutobi's kindness, things only got worse for Naruto. Most of the villagers looked at him with contempt and would call him names like Demon Brat or Monster. Parents kept their kid away from him or encouraged them to hate him too. Many shopkeepers refused to do business with him or even allow him in their stores. People would even attack him when he was alone or in an alley. The Hokage had made it illegal to harm or kill the boy, but most of the shinobi sent to look after the young Uzumaki would simply look the other way and wait until the last second to save him. Strangely, though, Naruto was always left alone on his birthday, and sometimes he thought he saw a masked man with white hair watching over him. He always dismissed this as his imagination, however. All the constant hate and abuse took a toll on the poor Uzumaki's mind. His self-esteem deteriorated as a result, and Naruto grew to fear people. Even after joining the academy, he did his best to keep his distance from the other kids. He never spoke unless he had to, and when he did, he would always stutter. In spite of his efforts, however, Naruto almost always found himself being chased or beaten. It was difficult to hide because of the orange outfit he was forced to wear. None of the clothing stores would sell him anything else. At the academy, when he tried to separate himself from the other students, bullies would follow him and constantly make fun of his shy demeanor or repeat what they heard the adults say about him, though sometimes he managed to hide himself and avoid them. Today, Naruto was returning home from the academy, hiding in the shadows like he always did. It was his second year at the Ninja Academy. When he reached his home, he looked around to make sure no one was around. The streets looked empty, so he stepped out of the shadows. Maybe my luck is starting to turn around, he managed to get there from the academy without drawing unwanted attention. He walked toward the door, but before he reached it, villagers popped out of hiding and blocked the way to his house. Naruto turned around to run away, but found himself surrounded when more villagers appeared. As his assailants approached, he noticed one of them had a leaf headband signifying that he was a shinobi. Naruto looked into the ninja's eyes and instantly knew what was going to happen. He stumbled back and fell on his rump. He looked the shinobi and asked the same question he always asked his assaulters, WWY. Naruto never understood what he did to deserve such hate. Payback, demon, the ninja answered, just as everyone else did. That was all they ever said, and Naruto never understood it. He had no recollection of ever wronging anyone. All he knew was that for as long as he could remember, the villagers treated him with disdain. It made no sense to him. What could I have done to him? To any of them, was the question he constantly asked himself. Why do they consider me a demon? Naruto's eyes filled with fear and terror as the villager prepared to strike. Just then, the shinobi punched Naruto right in the face, sending him on his back. Before he could curl into a ball, the others started attacking with a barrage of punches and kicks, not letting up for a single moment. Naruto cried in pain as tears and blood ran from his face. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't black out. All he could do was wait in agony until they were done with him. Hinata Hyuga watched as Shinobi covered in red and blue paint ran past her hiding spot. It took every ounce of strength not to laugh as they passed her by. The Hyuga heiress had a reputation as the pranking queen of the Hidden Leaf. Of course, this often caused tension between her and her father along with the other elders from the main branch. They often found her actions to be inappropriate for a Hyuga, especially one of her stature. Still, she didn't care. She knew they couldn't do anything too extreme in fear that it would affect their reputation more than her pranks. Besides, she had one of the best scores in taijutsu, so she wasn't considered worthless. Also, though he would never admit it, Hinata was a lot like her mother and reminded Hayashi of his late wife, and even found some of her pranks humorous, though again, he'd never admit it. Knowing she would be scolded for her tomfoolery, she decided to take the scenic route home. As she walked, she saw a group of people gathered around something. It looked like they were attacking someone, an intruder perhaps. She stopped and was about to activate her Byakugan when the crowd dispersed. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw they had beaten a child. The boy was battered and bruised with a gash in his left arm. His blonde hair was covered in dirt and blood ran from his nose down the whisker marks on his face. Wait a minute. I recognize this boy. His name is Naruto. Hinata had seen him in her classes at the academy. She remembered him being shy all the time, but never paid much attention to him and didn't know him that well. She was always either planning her pranks, running from her victims, usually her instructors, placing the blame on others like Kiba, or training. Even so, Hinata couldn't think of any reason why anyone would want to hurt him. She watched, unable to move from the shock. The idea that the villagers would be so ruthless to a kid was appalling. She snapped out of it when she saw Naruto pick up a kunai left behind by one of his assailants. When he brought it to his chest, a terrible thought ran through her head. Is he going to? And oh, he wouldn't. Would he? Hinata rushed to the boy. She had to stop him. She had to save him. The villager finally got bored of beating on the Uzumaki boy. They left him there, broken and in pain. It was the worst beating of his life. He was caked in dirt. Hot tears and warm blood ran down his battered face. His nose was broken, as were quite a few of his bones. The shinobi had taken out his kunai and cut his left arm. He laid there, not noticing the girl nearby, wanting the pain to stop, wanting it all to stop. He opened his eyes as he had closed them during the assault and saw the kunai the ninja used. He looked at it and saw an exit from his suffering. With the remainder of his strength, he grabbed the weapon and placed it over his heart. Maybe now I can meet my parents, whoever they were. Maybe it won't be so bad in the afterlife. Naruto got ready to deliver the killing blow to himself. He had no doubts, but before he could plunge the kunai into his heart, he heard someone shout, "Stop!" Hinata shouted at the top of her lungs, "Stop!" before she knocked the kunai out of his hands. Naruto's eyes shot up. When he saw her, fear crept into him as he tried to back away. His body was too damaged and was unable to respond. Hinata looked into Naruto's blue eyes and saw they were filled with fear. Is he afraid of me? He must think I'm going to hurt him like those villagers did. She tried to calm him down. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you like those villagers did," she said in a soothing voice. Naruto was surprised and skeptical at first, but then he saw no malice or hate in her eyes like he did in others. What he saw was foreign to him. Could she be concerned about me? Naruto relaxed a bit, but kept his guard up in case this was a trick. Hinata could tell he didn't fully trust her, but noticed he calmed down a bit. Finally, she asked him, "Why did you do that?" What? You heard me. Why did you try to kill yourself? What were you thinking? I know you just went through something horrible, but this is a little extreme. Didn't you consider how your friends would react to this? Or your family for that matter, she said. Clearly, she didn't pay much attention what people said about him. Naruto lowered his head. "And my F family is dead," he stuttered in a low voice. I'll live alone there." He pointed to his apartment behind him. As for FF friends, He didn't finish his sentence. He was too damaged to stay conscious. His body went limp and collapsed on the ground. Naruto, she was worried about him. His injuries looked serious. She had to get him to a hospital. Carefully, she picked him up and rushed to the hospital. As she traveled, she thought about what he said. Although he collapsed before finishing his sentence, his sad tone of voice was all the answer she needed. On her way, she looked at the civilians she passed. They all had strange looks on them that felt familiar. That's when it hit her. The look Niji gave her whenever they saw one another. She couldn't believe it. It was the very same look, and it was being directed at Naruto. To say she was pissed would be a major understatement. She may not know Naruto very well, but she could tell he was not a bad person. All Hyuga are skilled at reading others. It made lying to her father pretty much impossible. Alone, no friends, no family, and hated by all. No one deserved that, least of all Naruto. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'm going to change that," she whispered to the unconscious boy. "Just hang in there." Irika had finally finished grading paper from the quiz he gave. Most of his students got A, B, or C on it. Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga, two of his top students, both scored a B+. Surprisingly, one student got an A+, Naruto Uzumaki. Though not his best student, Irika believed Naruto did have great potential. The boy would listen in class and take notes. However, his low self-esteem badly hurt his taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. As for shuriken and kunai skills, they were pretty average. Irika wished he could do more for Naruto. He too grew up alone without a family, so he knew some of Naruto's pain. He decided to go and pay Naruto a visit that night when suddenly he saw Hinata running toward him with something on her back. It was Naruto, and he didn't look good. "Hinata, what happened?" Irika yelled with concern. "Irika-sensei, I was passing by when I saw a bunch of villagers attack Naruto in front of his apartment. He's in really bad shape," Hinata quickly said. She decided it was best to leave out the attempted suicide. "Could you identify any of them?" "No, but I know one was a shinobi, probably a jonin." "All right, hurry to the hospital. I'll alert the Hokage." And with that, Irika rushed off to the Hokage mansion. "Please be all right, Naruto." And that's the mission report. "Good work, Akashi. You should go home and get some rest," said the Hokage. It was going to be another long night of paperwork for him, so he figured he might as well start now. He took his pipe and inhaled deeply. "Thank you, Lord Hokage," replied Kakashi as he pulled out a certain book written by a certain Sannin. Just then, Irika burst through the door, followed by a guard who tried to stop him. Lord Third, Naruto was attacked and is being brought to the hospital. What? The Hokage dropped pipe at the same time Kakashi dropped his book. What happened? According to Hinata, Naruto was attacked by some villagers in front of his apartment. Apparently, one of the assailants was a Jonin. As we speak, Hinata is bringing Naruto to the hospital. The Hokage's anger was clearly visible on his face. There weren't any ANBU he trusted available today, so he sent a Jonin to look after the boy. He turned to the guard. Get the shinobi who was responsible for watching Naruto. Take him to Ibiki and tell Ibiki the situation. I want the fucking bastards who attacked Naruto against the law I laid punished. Everyone stared at the Hokage. It was rare for the Hokage to be this mad, but it was even rarer to hear him curse. Recovering from the shock, the guard rushed to follow his order. The Jonin was about to have a really bad day. Ibiki's method were a nightmare on his good days, and he was a good friend of Minato. The Hokage calmed down a bit. Kakashi, I know you just came back from a mission, but don't worry, Lord Third. I'll protect Naruto. With that, Kakashi disappeared, moving toward the hospital. Damn it. If only that fox had never come, said the Hokage. Irika knew what he meant. The day of Naruto's birth, the nine-tailed fox attacked. Many shinobi and civilians alike were killed that day, including Irika's parents as well as Naruto's mother, Kushina. In order to stop the tailed beast, 4th Hokage Minato used a forbidden sealing jutsu that sealed the nine tails in his son, Naruto, at the cost of his life. This meant Naruto was the only thing keeping the hidden leaf village safe from the tailed beast. However, the villagers were filled with anger and rage at the loss of many friends and loved ones, and so that anger was directed at Naruto himself. Irika still harbored hatred toward the fox, but never at Naruto. He knew Naruto was just as much a victim of the fox as anyone. To protect Naruto, the Hokage made it illegal to talk about the fox in order to keep the younger generation from treating him like an outcast. It worked to some degree. The youths had no idea Naruto was a Jinchuriki, not even Naruto himself. However, most parents have done all they can to keep their children from associating with the young Jinchuriki. As a result, some avoided him and some bullied him. By the way, Lord Hokage, I apologize for barging in, said Irika. It's all right, Irika. I just hope Naruto will be all right. Hinata arrived at the hospital and got to work looking for a doctor. After a few unsuccessful attempts, she finally managed to corner one. Hey, this guy needs medical attention. All right, let me just... The doctor stopped when he saw Naruto. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm too busy right now to treat him, he said with a tone of disgust. Hinata grabbed the doctor by his coat and pulls him down to look him in the eye. Now look here, Doc. Just a second ago, you were ready to help him. Then you see who he is, and now you busy. You listen to me. Either you help him, or you'll need a doctor. She lets him go. The doctor just stood there for a few seconds, then quickly and reluctantly took the boy to one of the rooms. Hinata followed, smiling triumphantly. Had she activated her Byakugan or looked behind her, she would have seen a white-haired Jonin with his kunai drawn. The next day, Naruto woke up. He was still a little sore, but felt much better than he did yesterday. He always healed faster than others, though he never knew why. Hey, you're finally awake. Naruto turned and was surprised to find the girl from yesterday. She was grinning at him. How are you feeling? Be better. H, how did IG get H here? I brought you here, duh. Why you did? T, thanks. No problem, Naruto. Looks like he has a big stuttering problem. I'll have to help him with that at some point. Naruto looked a bit surprised. Why, you know who I am? He figured the reason she was so nice to him was because she didn't know who he was. Of course, we're in the same class. Or do you not recognize me? She teased. He didn't get it. And no, I all remember. He did in fact know exactly who she was. You're L Lady Hinata of the H Hyuga clan. Relax, Naruto, I was joking. And anyway, we're friend, so you don't have to be so formal. Just Hinata will do. Friends, did she say friends? Naruto pinched himself under the covers to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Hinata suppressed a laugh. She could tell his mind was trying to process the idea of friendship. That's right, Naruto. We're friends starting today. A smile creeped on the young boy's face. A friend. Finally, I have a friend. Kakashi stood hidden outside the room. He overheard the whole conversation between Naruto and Hinata. Sensei, forgive me for not being able to take better care of your son, but now he has a friend who will do a better job of taking care of him than I ever could. Alpha. Finally, Chapter 1 complete. That was painful. Naruto, you're telling me. Did you have make me suffer like that? Alpha. Unfortunately, yes. I may have gone a wee bit overboard, though. This is my first fanfic. It's not supposed to be perfect, but you can't deny it's good. Naruto, yeah, I guess. Stomach rumbles. Guess I'm getting hungry. To Ichiraku. Leaves. Kakashi. So you turn me into some guardian angel. Alpha. Sort of. You've only done it on his birthdays and once at the hospital here. But now that Hinata is Naruto's friend, you won't have to defend him. Kakashi, why? Alpha. Hinata is going to stay close to Naruto, walking with him to school, then back to his house. No one is going to risk attacking Naruto because Hinata would defend him. And they know even if they somehow beat her, they'll have to deal with the rest of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi, makes sense. More time for reading, so that's no problem. So the two are crushing on each other. Alpha. Oh no. Right now, Naruto is too busy adjusting to having a friend to deal with a crush. Shino appears right next to Alpha. Why wasn't I in this chapter? Alpha ga. Shino, don't pop up so close to me. Shino, you haven't answered my question. Kakashi, I'll let you deal with this, disappears. Alpha, sarcastically G, thanks Kakashi. Normal, I needed to focus more on setting up Naruto as shy and Hinata as confident. Shino, Alpha, would make you feel better if I put you in the next chapter. Shino, yes it would, thank you. Leaves. Alpha, okay, now how to start chapter 2. Chapter 2 adjustments. Since the two became friends, Naruto and Hinata spent a lot of time together. However, Naruto was having a hard time adjusting. He was fighting instincts he developed from 10 years of hate and abuse. Needless to say, Hinata had her hands full dealing with those instincts. She had to start every conversation they had because he was always too nervous to speak. When Naruto responded, Hinata struggled to understand him because of his stutter and quiet voice. During lunch at the academy, she had to remind him they were eating together in order to keep him from sneaking away like he used to. Also, he often tried to hide when other people approached them. Hinata was annoyed, but she understood where these instincts came from. The more she hung out with him, the more she saw the contempt the villagers had for him. She also noticed people looking at Naruto as if waiting to pounce once he was alone. This made her more protective of the shy boy, glaring at everyone who looked like they wanted to harm him. She would always walk him home, so nothing like what happened that day would ever happen again. No one ever tried anything. They knew better than to mess with the Hyuga heiress, and not just because her title. After all, she wasn't the pranking queen of the hidden leaf for nothing. Everyone who insulted Naruto in her precincts later found themselves painted, soaking wet, or otherwise humiliated. She even helped him with his taijutsu. One day, Hinata and Naruto were leaving the academy when Naruto's stomachy growled. He looked down in embarrassment, tapping his index fingers together. It was a new habit of his whenever he was around her. Hinata just snickered and said, "I guess you're pretty hungry right now, huh?" Still looking down, the young Jinchuriki answered softly, "Wait, why don't we go somewhere to eat?" she suggests. Um, I, I'm not as sure that's a good idea, he answered. He knew most places wouldn't even let him in the building. Nonsense. What do you feel like eating? Ramen. That didn't surprise her. Since they had lunch together at school, that was all she ever saw him eat. She thought for a moment. I know just the place. Follow me. And with that, she grabbed his arm and pulled him with her. They arrived at their destination, a small ramen stand known as Ichiraka Ramen. As the two entered, Hinata called to the man inside. "Hey, old man Tucci." Tucci chuckled and said, "Lady Hinata, it's good to see you again. You haven't been here in a while." Then he noticed Naruto, and it looks like you brought a friend. Naruto quickly hid behind Hinata, but she stepped aside and introduced him. "This is my newest friend, Naruto Uzumaki." Hi, he stuttered, afraid the old man would kick him out like all the others. But the Tucci beckoned him forward. "Don't worry, I won't bite. As long as you can pay for your meal, you're welcome here." He knew about the 9 tails being sealed inside the boy, but he didn't care. In fact, as far as he was concerned, that boy was the only thing keeping the fox from rampaging and destroying the Hidden Leaf Village. He was hesitant, but he took his seat next to Hinata and ordered some miso ramen. Hinata ordered the same. "By the way," she said, "where's I am?" "Oh, I sent my daughter to fetch some supplies. She'll be back soon." Just then, a brown-haired girl come in carrying some bags. "Oh, I am. Hinata just asked about you." "Hey, Hinata, who's your friend?" She pointed at the young blonde. "IF Naruto." "Nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Mayame. I work here with my father," she said with a smile. And so, Ichiraka became Naruto's favorite place in the village. He would often go there on his own. That's right, Naruto, to spend time away from Hinata and vice versa. She does have other friends, and order large quantities of ramen with money he saved. Naruto was truly grateful to Hinata, and he would often try to show it. He shared his notes with her after class, and sometimes pays for lunch, guess where. Naruto even made lunch for them one time, and surprisingly, it wasn't ramen. I know how to see cook other things be beside ramen, he said when he saw her surprised expression. She laughed. There were still so many things she didn't know about her blue-eyed comrade. Naruto was still shy, but bit by bit, his self-esteem rose. And after some time, Hinata decided to introduce him to some of her other friends. Naturally, Naruto was still reluctant to meet new people, but Hinata didn't give him a choice. During lunch, she dragged him to where four other boys were. The first boy had a dog on his head, the second was eating out of a potato chip bag, the third was laying down looking at the clouds, and the fourth was wearing sunglasses. The boy with the pup saw them. "Hey, Hinata, what's with the traffic cone?" he said, making fun of Naruto's outfit. Naruto instinctively hid behind Hinata, embarrassed about his orange attire. "Kiba, be nice," Hinata said as she moved Naruto in front of her. "What? It was just a joke." "Hey," the boy with the chips spoke up. "Aren't you that shy guy who sits in the back of the class? Naruto, right?" Naruto nodded. "Why, yes. And I remember all why your in names FR from roll call." He stuttered and pointed toward the boy. "Why your Choji, then at Kiba, then the boy laying down, Shiko, and finally at the boy with sunglasses, and your Shino." "You forgot about Akamaru," Kiba said, pointing to the dog on his head. Sorry," Naruto said, afraid he may have come off as insensitive for not including his dog. Hinata beckoned him to sit at the table. Akamaru then jumped onto the table, walked toward the blonde, sniffed him, then began licking his face affectionately. Naruto couldn't help but giggle, while Kiba started laughing. "Looks like Akamaru likes you, which means you're okay in my book." Akamaru stopped and went back to Kiba. "Hinata," Shino started, "how exactly did you and Naruto become friends?" "Yeah, how does the Leaf's most hyperactive, unpredictable ninja in training end up befriending the shyest, most timid person I've ever met?" Choji said. He then remembered Naruto was next to her. "Oops, or no offense." Hinata glared at him for a second, then contemplated what to say. Naruto had asked her not to tell anyone who didn't already know about the beating, and she definitely wasn't going to mention his attempted suicide. She didn't even tell the Hokage when he asked for her side of the story. Surprisingly, before she could come up with something, Naruto spoke up. "WL, I injured myself WH while heading H home. Hinata F found and H helped me. We talk a bit, and after that, we ended up F friends." Shikamaru spoke now. "I guess you got lucky. Dealing with an injury by itself is troublesome, but dealing with it alone is a real drag. Anyway, be careful. Hinata is a good person, but sometimes she can be real troublesome, especially when she's pranking someone. Yeah, just the other day, she hid a bag of dog poop using a genjutsu she learned. Irika Sensei stepped it and for some reason thought I was involved, so I ended up with detention. Thanks a lot, Hinata," Kiba said as Hinata snickered, remembering the look on Irika Sensei's face when he stepped on it. "Didn't you supply her with the bag?" Shino said plainly. "Well, yeah, but I didn't know she'd use it for that," Kiba argued. "Let me get this straight. You gave Hinata dog poop without suspecting a prank. What did you think she was going to do with it?" Shikamaru retorted. "Yeah, that does make you sound like a baka," Choji agreed. "Whatever, I was still wrongly punished. Faced it, you supplied me, therefore helping me and making you a part of the prank, Hinata said firmly. All five suddenly heard someone giggle. They turned and were surprised to find it came from Naruto, who immediately covered his mouth and turned his head, his face red with embarrassment. Sorry. Hinata, Kiba, and Choji started laughing, while Shikamaru simply smiled and shook his head. Shino's face didn't change, but he was amused as well. Choji then approached Naruto. Hey, it's okay to laugh. We're all friends here. Naruto looked up at Choji and then the others. Hinata just smiled at him. Kiba spoke up. Yeah, I already told you you're okay in my book. Don't be so nervous. Anyone friend of Hinata is a friend of ours. It'd be a real drag otherwise, Shikamaru added. So on behalf of everyone, Shino said, welcome to our little colony. It was Irika's turn to monitor everyone during lunch. He watched the Uchiha boy train, while fangirls stood in awe and cheered him on, hoped to get a date with the boy. His eyes then sifted to Naruto, who looked like he was getting along with Hinata and her friend. Irika smiled at this. Looks like Naruto is no longer alone. Good. He deserves to have friends after what he has been through. And hopefully one day, the villagers will learn to accept him too. Mizuki came up from behind him. Looks like Uzumaki is finally socializing. Irika. Yeah, was he could think to say. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch as the two instructors and their students returned to their classrooms. Naruto was walking down the hall with his new friends when someone bumped into him, knocking him on the ground. He looked up and found himself looking into the eyes of Sasuke Uchiha. Kiba shouted, "Hey, watch it. You hit our friend." Your friend should have been paying attention. You should have moved out of the way the moment my precious Sasuke appeared, said the pink-haired girl behind Sasuke. You're precious, said the blonde girl behind her. Not likely forehead girl. Sasuke's mine. In your dreams, Ino Pig, the pink-haired girl countered. While those two and the rest of the fangirls argued, Sasuke looked down at the boy he bumped into. Naruto looked right back at him. For some reason, those black eyes made Naruto feel insignificant. As Hinata helped Naruto up, Sasuke spoke. Why do you bother with him? What was that? Hinata said angrily. Sasuke then pointed at the blonde boy. He's nothing more than a loser. A little bump knocks him on his ass, and he needs his friends to come to his defense. There's no way someone as weak and pathetic as him could ever become a shinobi. He should just give up now. Yeah, tell it like it is, the pink-haired girl cheered. Each word stuck Naruto like a dagger. Suddenly he felt like he did before he met Hinata. He felt helpless, insignificant, and weak. Naruto fell to his knees, fighting back tears. How dare you insult our friend? Choji roared, his hands clutched in a fist. The others followed suit while Hinata activated her Byakugan. Let me say this once. Insult my friend like that again, and you will see firsthand what a Hyuga is capable of. Hinata shouted. And an Inuzuka, said Kiba. Akamaru barked in agreement. And an Akimichi, said Choji. And Anara, Shikamaru added. And an Aburame, Shino added calmly with a hint of anger in his voice. Hey, what's all this yelling about? One of the teachers came down the hall. All right, you guys, head back to class. She then looked at Naruto And I don't want any more trouble from you, she added coldly. But Naruto didn't do. Choji started. Enough, just head back to class, she interrupted before leaving. Hinata made a mental note to prank her hard later. As Sasuke and his group left, the blonde girl turned around and mouthed sorry. Geez, what was that about? Kiba asked. The teacher acted like you were some troublemaker, but I've never seen you do anything wrong. I don't know, he said softly and, surprisingly, without stuttering. The fangirls kept trying to win Sasuke's heart. However, Sasuke was only interested in one girl, Hinata Hyuga. He figured she was the perfect girl to help him rebuild the Uchiha clan after his brother Itachi killed them all. She was confident, strong, and quite skilled. The fact that she possessed the Byakugan also interested him. He believed that with their union, the new Uchiha clan would possess a powerful new Kekkei Genkai, which had aspect from both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, making them the strongest clan in the ninja world. And of course, the fact that she was pretty helped too. But first, he had to complete his goal. He had to kill Itachi. Naruto was at Ichiraku with Shikamaru and Choji. Hinata and Kiba were caught pranking the instructor from yesterday and now had detention. Shino had business at home, so he could come. Naruto and Choji had both just finished their 5th bowl of ramen when the blonde girl from Sasuke's fan club showed up. Hey Ino, what brings you here? I thought you'd be with Sasuke, Choji asked. I decided to hang out with you guys for a bit. Ino answered, then turned to Naruto. Naruto, right? Sorry about Sasuke yesterday. I'm hoping to change that once I'm his girlfriend. It's all right, he said as he got his 6th bowl. Why you didn't do anything? Exactly. I didn't try to help you. But don't worry. Like I said, I plan on making him nicer once we become a couple. A sinister smile crept on Ino's face. Speaking of which, anything going on between you and the Hyuga princess? She said teasingly. Naruto nearly choked. No. WWE, we're just FF friends. That's all. Naruto stuttered, his face blushing. Truthfully, he never considered Hinata more than a friend before. He figured he was lucky just to be her friend in the first place. But now that brought it up, he started seeing Hinata in a whole new light. Really, Ino said, noticing the blush on his face, and got closer to his ear. So you don't think about her hair. Suddenly the image of Hinata's hair appeared in his mind, and he blushed deeper. Her eyes, deeper. Her smile, even deeper. Her lips against yours. That was the final straw. Once that image appeared, his mind overloaded and shut down as Naruto fainted and fell off his chair. Luckily, Ino caught him and laid him on the ground. Choji spoke up. Ino, I think you went too far. Yeah, I think you're right. Saw the side troublesome. Hey guys, Hinata shouted as she and Kiba appeared. Neither were surprised to see Ino, as she and Hinata were good friends despite Ino's infatuation with the Uchiha boy. Once she saw Naruto on the floor passed out, Hinata grew worried and asked as calmly as she could, "What happened?" "Oh, must have eaten too much ramen," Ino said quickly. She didn't want to tell Hinata what she did. Also, she felt it would be wrong to reveal Naruto's feelings like that. Despite her intrusive behavior, she was a trustworthy girl who would never reveal someone else's secret. Hinata eyed her a bit, but seeing no other explanation, she accepted it and went to wake Naruto. Naruto, wake up, she said as she shook him a bit and tapped his cheeks. When Naruto woke up, he found himself staring into Hinata's clear, white eyes. He blushed as he looked into them, as those commenting their beauty. They're like two full moons or pearls. Just beautiful. How have I never noticed? He then realized just how close their faces were. As he remembered what Ino said, he blushed even deeper and once again fainted. What Hinata saw confused her. Naruto finally wakes up, only for his face to turn pink, then red, and then pass out again. She scratched her head as she asked, what just happened? Ino covered her mouth the urge to laugh. Shikamaru face palmed, and Choji dug himself into his food. Kiba guessed what happened and decided to tease her. Hey, maybe if you kiss him, he'll wake up, like in that story. Now Hinata blushed, if only for a second. Kiba, be serious. And she had an idea. She grabbed Naruto's bowl of ramen and held it to his nose. As the scent entered his nostrils, Naruto's eyes shot open, prompting everyone to laugh. Even Shikamaru couldn't contain himself. Who needs smelling salts? One whiff of ramen would wake Naruto from coma. Kiba joke. Naruto chuckled too. He knew they weren't making fun of him and that it was all in good fun. After everyone calmed down and finished their meal, after they paid, they all went their separate ways. All except Naruto and Hinata. As they walked back to his apartment, Hinata noticed Naruto was acting differently. He would try to steal glances at her and blushed when she caught him before looking away. His finger-tapping habit was also more frequent around her. An uneasy silence befell them as they continued on their path. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who broke that silence. Hey Hinata. Hinata was speechless. Naruto never started a conversation. She found her voice and said, Yes, Naruto. Why do why you put up with me? I mean, I am not strong or see confident. The villager L look at why you like why you're insane for B being with me. And no matter what I D do, I J just attract T trouble and I C can't do anything about it. And maybe Sasuke are right, and maybe I am J just. Suddenly, Hinata clasped her hand over his mouth. Now you listen to me, Naruto Uzumaki. You are not a loser. You are by far the nicest person I've ever met. And if these villagers are too stupid to see that, they can go to hell. You're stronger than you think. You lasted 10 years on your own, enduring the abuse the villagers gave you. And don't forget, I've been helping you with your taijutsu, so I know what you're capable of. So you forget everything that bastard Uchiha said about you. You're going to be a strong shinobi, and we're friend for life. Got it? Naruto was taken back by the ferocity of her tone, but was grateful for every word. When she removed her hand, he smiled and said, Thank you. And so the two friends continued on their path before Naruto decided to ask something else. By the way, Hinata. Why you why I am H how I am. Why you know all S shy and stuff. Hinata nodded. Well, I was W wondering W what made why you so C confident and S strong. Hinata's expression soured a bit. Naruto felt like he hit a sour subject, but before he could rescind his question, Hinata answered, My clan is separated into two groups, the main family and the branch family. The main family, which I am a part of, runs a clan. In fact, my father is the clan head and I the heiress, so one day I will run it. Anyway, the branch family is charged with protecting the main family, as well as the clan secrets. They're treated like servants and are often mistreated by the main family. To protect our Kekiai Genkai, the Byakugan, and ensure obedience, every member of the branch family is given the caged bird seal. This curse mark prevents the Byakugan from being stolen, but also allows members of the main family to punish or kill a branch family member. As a result of all this, most of the branch family harbor feelings of disdain against the main family. Hinata gave Naruto time to absorb this knowledge, then continued. Do you remember a few years ago when the Hidden Cloud sent people to the Hidden Leaf offering a peace treaty to end the fighting between the two villages? It was all an act. Their real objective was to obtain the Byakugan, and since they needed someone from the main family, they kidnapped me. What, you were kidnapped? Naruto said, shocked. He couldn't believe someone would kidnap her. Then he remembered how he was treated all his life, and the shock passed. Hinata nodded and continued her story. Yeah, but they failed. My father killed the man who kidnapped me. Unfortunately, the kidnapper was the Cloud's head ninja, and the Hidden Cloud denied the accusations of kidnapping. They demanded my father's body as tribute. However, the elders gave them my uncle's body instead. My father and uncle were identical twins, so they were able to trick the Cloud, bringing peace. However, since then my cousin Niji, who was his son, has hated me and the main family ever since. If I hadn't been kidnapped, if I hadn't been so weak, there was nothing you could do. You were just a little girl. It wasn't your fault. Naruto told her. For that one moment, he was no longer shy. He just wanted to cheer his friend up. Thank you. I know that, but still, I don't want anyone to die or suffer because of me ever again. That's what keeps me confident. That's what makes me strong. Hinata said. It felt good to be able to let that out. It was like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Then she noticed something. By the way, you didn't stutter. You finally break that habit. At that moment, Naruto regressed back to his normal, shy self. WLUUSC, Hinata just laughed. I guess that was a one-time thing, huh? Maybe in the future. Igriga Mabi. Naruto stayed silent, then decided to ask something else. One last cue question. My chatty today, are we? Go ahead, shoot. WY the pranks. That's simple. I don't want to just be known as Hinata, the Hyuga heiress. I want people to see me for me. Besides, I love pulling pranks, especially on people who deserve them. Oh, if it M makes you F feel better, I don't see you L like that. Naruto said. And just how do you see me? Hinata asked curiously. They finally arrived at his place. WL, guess I'll SC you and the O others tomorrow. All right, see you then, Hinata said as she ran off to the Hyuga estate. Since that day, Naruto has had pleasant dreams involving his Hyuga friend as more than a friend. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was dealing with the greatest evil ever to befall the world, paperwork. I swear it never ends. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Irika entered and bowed. You summoned me, Lord Hokage? Yes, please tell me, how is Naruto doing? The Hokage said as he inhaled from his pipe. It seems Naruto is becoming good friends with Hinata. She recently introduced him to her other friends, and they seem to get along fine. I've never seen Naruto happier. Irika said happily. Hiruzen smiled. That's good to hear. I'm glad he finally found people who will stand by him. He deserves it. The Hokage then turns around and looks out the window and at the village. The Hyuga girl keeps the will of fire burning in our young Jinchuriki. I just know one of them will one day become Hokage. You are dismissed, Irika. And with that, the Hokage grudgingly returned to his paperwork. Hayashi Hyuga was waiting for his daughter to return. She was supposed to be back an hour ago. Finally, she entered the gates, walked into the building. You're late again, he said coldly. He was growing tired of her constant tardiness. I was with a friend. Hinata responded as respectfully as she could. She was annoyed by how strict her father was and how cold he could be, especially after the death of her mother. Still, he was her father and didn't want to argue with him too much. Would this friend happen to be Naruto Uzumaki? He said. So what if it is? Hinata responded. She had a feeling of where he was going with this. I don't want you near that boy. You are the heiress of the Hyuga clan. You cannot be seen associating with that child. What is your problem with Naruto? What is this whole damn village's problem with Naruto? He's never done anything wrong, yet he's treated like a menace. Hinata was done being respectful. Her father was treating Naruto like the rest of the village did. Naruto is not right. There is something wrong with him. In fact, it's dangerous to be around him. Hayashi remembered the Hokage's law about not telling anyone about Naruto hosting the Nine Tails. There is nothing wrong with Naruto. I've hung out with him long enough to know that. Why can't you and the other villages see that? Why do you insist on defend that boy? You haven't fallen for him, have you? You are the heiress to one of the most powerful and prestigious clans in the shinobi world. He is nothing more than trash compared to that. Naruto is not trash. Hinata ran into her room and slammed the door. She didn't want to talk to her father anymore. Hayashi stood there, partially regretting what he said. After all, Naruto was the son of Itomi's best friend, who definitely would have killed him or at least put him in the hospital for calling her son trash. I am Sota Kushina. If it weren't for that demon fox, things would be different. I would have been glad that our children were such good friends. In fact, you and Minato would still be alive if it weren't for that event. But the clan comes first. I can't have your son ruin our image. Hinata laid in bed, still angry at her father for his cruel words. Then again, her father was never considered the nicest guy around. All he ever seemed to care about was the clan's reputation and secrets. She hoped to change that once she took over as clan head, as well as remove the cage bird seal placed on the branch family. Before sleep took her, however, she remembered how her father accused her of falling for Naruto and that she never accurately denied that. But I just consider Naruto a friend, right? I mean, he's kind, a good listener, doesn't judge people, and he's stronger than he gives himself credit for. Not to mention cute. Wait, did I really just think that? No, me or Naruto are just friends. But even as she told herself that, the young Uzumaki boy found his way into her heart. Besides, I'm sure he sees me as just a friend as well. Alpha. That took longer than expected. Shino. Why wasn't I at Ichiraku? Alpha. Gee, Shino, you are hard to please. I kept my promise. You were in this chapter. And you had more time than Sakura, who wasn't even named. Shino, will I be in future chapters? Alpha, sighs yes, Shino, you will. Choji, what took you so long anyway? Alpha, I had a hard time writing how you and the other meet Naruto. That was definitely the hardest part to write in this chapter. Ino, why did you mention traffic cones when we don't have cars? Alpha, you have wagons, don't you? Besides, traffic cones aren't just used on the street. They're also used in places like construction sites. Naruto, enough about that. Let's get to the graduation and the part where I kiss Hinata. Hinata, Kate kiss me, faints. Alpha, Naruto, why did you have to say that in front of her? Naruto, oops. Alpha, Choji, you and Shino take her home. They leave carrying Hinata. Anyway, the graduation should be next chapter. Naruto, but what about me and Hinata? Sasuke, who says you to end up together? Naruto, Sasuke? What do you mean? Sasuke, in this story I fall in love with Hinata, so maybe I get her. Alpha, I never said you loved her, just that you considered her to be the perfect girl to have your children and restore your clan. That ain't love. Naruto, that means I get her. Alpha, don't think I added that part just to fill space. Sasuke will attempt to make Hinata his. Or maybe I'll join the story and ask her out. Naruto, like hell you will, attacks Alpha and Sasuke. Alpha, geez, can't take a joke. Ow, alright, you asked for it. I'll make this quick so I can get back to writing the next chapter. Fights back. Chapter 3, Graduation and Secrets Revealed. 2 years passed. During that time, Naruto became very close with his friends. He and Choji would often talk about ramen, from the different types to the seasonings used to enhance the flavor. One thing they both agreed on was that Ichiraku's was the best. He would join Shikamaru in cloud watching. At first, Shikamaru would talk about how troublesome his mom could be, but then saw how the subject bothered Naruto, since he wished he had a mother, and would drop the subject and simply talk about shogi or the clouds. Kiba and Akamaru would invite him over to play with some of the other pups. Naruto was a bit nervous of how Kiba's family would treat him, but they happily welcomed him. In fact, none of his friends' families had any problem with him, except the Hyuga clan, which is why Hinata never invited him over. Kiba's mom, Tsum, watched as Naruto play with the other dogs. For a fox boy, he certainly gets along well with dogs, she thought. Hey Naruto, have you ever considered training a ninja hound of your own? Some once asked. I don't think that's a good idea, he answered, remembering what the villagers did to his goldfish when he was 7. Hanging out with Shino was often awkward. The two of them didn't speak much, as none of them were very talkative. In the few solo conversations they had, Shino would talk about insects, which didn't really interest Naruto much, but listen anyway. Still, the two of them were good friends and would easily trust each other. Ino would try to keep Sasuke and the pink-haired girl, aka Sakura, but of course all of you knew that, away from Naruto and the others. She still had a crush on the Uchiha boy, but she didn't let it interfere with her friendship with Naruto, Hinata, Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino. She also talked about flowers with Naruto, specifically mentioning the favorites of a certain girl. And then there was Hinata. Ever since Ino brought it up that day at Ichiraku, Naruto could not get her out of his mind. True, She was his first friend, so naturally he felt stronger bond to her than the others. However, his feelings for her evolved from friendship to a crush. As a result, despite all the progress made on his self-esteem, the blonde Jinchuriki was still very shy around her. Still, he worked harder than before to make her happy, from making her lunch to complimenting her from time to time. He even left a few gifts for her. It was nothing expensive, and the only thing he ever directly gave her was lunch, except on her birthday and Christmas. Though Hinata noticed Naruto's behavior, she remained dead oblivious to his true feelings, mostly cause she was busy wrestling with her own feelings. We're only friends, and yet I don't feel content with that. Could it be I want to be more than friends? No, that can't be, could it? These were the thoughts that often went around her head, and being around Naruto didn't help. But at the same time, she didn't want to avoid him either. She never shared her thoughts with anyone, especially Ino, who would have teased her nonstop. She also never shared one particularly embarrassing event that one day. It was their third year of school. It was lunchtime, and Hinata went off alone to practice using her Byakugan. As skilled as she was, she still had some problems controlling it. Anyway, a few moments later, Naruto showed up with a ramen cup and a bento box. Hey, cheer, Hinata. I made you a lunch, he stuttered, holding the bento in front of him. Thanks, Naruto. Wait 1 second. Keep the box closed. I want to use my Byakugan to look inside. Naruto nodded, and Hinata activated her Kekkai Genkai. Upon activation, her face turned red. Yes, C showed the contents of the bento, but that's not all C saw. She lost control and ended up looking though his orange outfit. There she stood, mesmerized. Despite being so young, Naruto had quite the body. It was slim yet muscular. On his left arm was a scar from the beating he got that day about a year ago. Luckily, the contents of the bento box covered his lower body, but still, she couldn't help but stare. Whoa, I wasn't expecting. No, must her off. Are you okay, Kanata? He asked as he approached her, moving the box to his side. EP. Her face turned crimson as she deactivated her Byakugan and turned away, unable to face Naruto. I'm Efefina. She took the box without looking and quickly proceeded to dig in. I shouldn't have seen that. I should have turned it off earlier. Why didn't I turn it off earlier? Still, it was a nice view. No, how could I think that? Naruto was shocked. He never ever heard Hinata stutter before. But Hinata clearly didn't want to talk about it, so he let it be. I wonder what got her so freaked out. Was it the lunch I packed? For the past 2 years, Sasuke watched as Naruto and Hinata grew closer together. What's worse, every time he tried to interfere, his fan club would get in the way, especially Ino. It was as though she was intentionally trying to keep him away. Surely she didn't know about his plans. Nonetheless, he was annoyed by his lack of progress with the Hyuga heiress. Why would she hang out with that loser? No matter, there's no way he'll pass the graduation tests. That's when I'll make my move. She will help me restore my clan. And with the combined power of the Byakugan and the Sharingan, the Uchiha will be the most powerful clan in the ninja world once more. In the meantime, I should also keep these other girls around. As annoying as they are, they may be useful to me as pawns, he thought to himself as he ignored Sakura's pleas for a date. And so, the day of the graduation test has finally arrived. Naruto waited patiently in the hall for his turn. All his friends had already passed the test and were waiting for him outside wearing their headbands with pride. Before going out, Hinata had given him a reassuring smile, which told him she had faith in him. That calmed his nerves a bit, but he was still worried he wouldn't pass. The door opened and Sasuke walked out, wearing his headband over his forehead. Before leaving, he walked by Naruto and whispered, "Don't get your hopes up. A loser like you will never pass." With that, he left. Suddenly, Naruto was even more nervous. Hinata had told him not to listen to Sasuke, but his words still rang in his head. "Naruto Uzumaki," Irika called. Naruto glooped and walked into the classroom, repeating in his head, "I can do this. I can do this. I can do this." "Hey guys, once Naruto comes out, we should all celebrate becoming Genin," Kiba suggested. "We should go to that barbecue place. They're having an all-you-can-eat special," Choji said excitedly. "Let's see what Naruto thinks once he passes," Hinata said. "I think we all know what Naruto would suggest," Shikamaru stated. "Yes, Naruto always suggests we go to Ichiraku," Shino agreed. "We almost always go there," Kiba complained. "Yeah, I like ramen, but I also like variety," Choji said. "Well, it's not like he can go to a lot of places," Hinata argued. "True, and not just for food," Ino started. "Last week I decided to take Naruto out to shop for a new outfit to replace that orange abomination he wears. I entered the store I usually get my clothes from, and the clerk smiled and welcomed me like always. Then Naruto walks in, and suddenly the clerk chases him out of the store yelling, 'And don't come back.' Guess I'm not shopping there anymore." Ino sighed, and too bad. They really had a great selection. "Yes, I've noticed an unusual amount of hostilities from the villagers around Naruto as well," Shino commented. "I wonder why," Choji said. They all pondered that. Just then, Naruto came out of the building. "Hey Naruto, we were thinking of going to this barbecue place to celebrate. What do you think?" Hinata asked. Then she noticed his head was down. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Hinata lifted his face and saw a tear coming from his eyes. I didn't pass." "What?" Everyone said in shock. Even Shino couldn't hide his surprise. "No way, there must be some mistake. You've worked too hard to fail," Kiba argued. I'm sorry I let you guys down. I guess EW is alright about me," Naruto said in between sobs. "What? You mean what Sasuke said? I told you not to take that bastard seriously," Hinata said, but Naruto just turned and ran away. "Wait, Naruto!" She was about to go after him when she felt a hand on her shoulders. She looked up and saw Irika. "Give him time. You need to get it out of his system," he said. "Irika-sensei, what happened?" Shikamaru asked. "Yes, sensei. He worked so hard for this," Choji added. "So I know. He was doing so well. But toward the end of the exam, he failed to produce a proper clone. As a result, he failed." "What? But that's not fair," Kiba argued. "Fair or not, he failed. He'll have to wait another year to take the exam again." "Can't you do something, sensei?" Choji asked. "I can't make exceptions, no matter how badly I want to," Irika answered, a tone of sadness in his voice. Irika left them there and returned into the building. All the excitement and joy from earlier was gone. Their friend Naruto, with whom they shared many great moments, had to spend another years at the academy. They knew their training and missions would keep them busy and unable to spend much time with their blonde friend. And so, each of them slowly embarked on their way to their homes. Naruto ran as far away from his friends as he could. He couldn't bear to face them. He let them down. They put their faith in him, and yet he failed to graduate. He thought about all the things Sasuke said about him and started truly believing him. He was right. I am a loser. I let all my friends down, especially Hinata. Hey Naruto, there you are, said a voice as one of Naruto's instructors popped up. Mizuki-sensei, what are YU doing H here? Looking for you. I heard about what happened. You worked hard for this, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret. There's another way for you to graduate. That brought Naruto's hopes up. Oh, really? What is it? He was determined to do anything to graduate. Hinata was halfway to the Hyuga estate when she ran into the last person she wanted to see. Sasuke approached her and said, I heard that Baka failed. I told you he was a loser. Watch your tongue, Uchiha, before I rip it out of your mouth. Testy, what is your interest in him anyway? He's weak, pathetic, and not very popular. Do you pity him because he doesn't have a family? I don't have one either, thanks to my brother. And yet I'm a much better match for you than he'll ever be. Hinata was furious at him. Don't you dare compare yourself to Naruto. I'm fully aware of what happened to your clan. I do feel bad for you in that regard, but still, Naruto is a much better person than you. He's a kind person who puts other people's concerns ahead of his own. He's not some arrogant asshole like you. And unlike you, he's had to put with the bullshit from the same villages who kiss your ass. I'd much rather be with him than be with a prick like you. After that, she pushed him against the wall of a nearby building. Sasuke's normally calm composure erupted into rage. Listen here, you bitch. He didn't finish his sentence. Hinata struck him in the chest with her gentle fist technique. Byakugan activated, she charged at Sasuke, delivering another blow, this time in the gut. She struck again, but times Sasuke dodged and backed away while forming hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke launched a medium-sized fireball her way. She barely managed to dodge it when Sasuke closed in and hit her in the face with a left hook followed by a kick with his right. Hinata stumbled back, but before she could react, she was punched in the gut. Sasuke drew his right hand back and threw a punch at her face. Hinata managed to block it and gave him an uppercut. Sasuke recovered and started the hand signs again when Hinata struck his left shoulder and his left arm went limp. I closed the chakra point in your shoulder. You won't be able to perform any more jutsu for a while. She then jabbed him in the face, breaking his nose, and dealt a final blow to his chest, knocking him on the ground. I told you, if you insulted Naruto, you would see what a Hyuga was capable of. As she turned away from him, a smile crept on her face. You know, I don't have full control of my Byakugan, so sometimes I see things I don't mean to see, and I can certainly tell you Naruto trumps you in one other area. She chuckled at that and left to return home. Sasuke laid on the ground, pissed off. That bitch. And she dares claim that loser is better than me, an Uchiha. If I didn't need her genes, I'd kill her. This is far from over, Hinata. Mark my words. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura shouted. As she appeared, she helped him to his feet. Oh no, your nose is bleeding. I'm Fine Sakura. She's completely infatuated with me. Good. That makes her easy to control. I may need her help in the future. But first, let me give her false hope. Thank you for your concern, but I'm all right. But if it will make you feel better, you can walk with me to my house. Sakura nearly squealed in delight. She was going to spend some one-on-one time with her love. Even if it was just walking with him home, it was a step up. Little did she knew of his true intentions. Hinata arrived home and marched off straight to bed. She didn't want to deal with her father or anyone else. Once in bed, she calmed down and thought about her friend, poor Naruto. He deserved to pass more than anyone. Then she remembered her encounter with Sasuke. At least I finally knocked that boy down a few pegs. And I meant every word of what I said. Suddenly, her thoughts turned to the young blonde boy with blue eyes. Yeah, every word. Irika spotted Naruto in the forest near the training grounds. He saw the scroll in his hands. Naruto, what were you thinking? Naruto heard a noise and saw Irika heading his way. Ashi, Iruka sensei. I did it. IL learned one of the T techniques from the scroll. What? Irika was confused. Naruto was acting completely normal, for him anyway, like he hadn't done anything wrong. Does he not realize what he did? Or what's going to happen to him? YSC, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, 10 Narutos appeared. So do I pass? Irika was dumbstruck. That jutsu is Jonin level, and he learned it in one night. Then his brain processed what Naruto said. Pass. Mizuki Sensei said that if I took this scroll and learned at least 01 jutsu from it, I could pass. Mizuki? Why would he say that? Naruto, stealing the sacred scroll is a serious offense, punishable by death or lifetime imprisonment. But Mizuki Sensei said. Suddenly, shurikens appeared out of nowhere. Irika managed to push the real Naruto out of the way while he and Naruto's clones got hit. The clones dispersed, and an injured Irika looked for the assailant. It was Mizuki. Looks like you got to him before me, Irika. I guess I'll have to kill you too, Mizuki said with a sinister smile. What's going on? Naruto asked. Naruto, Mizuki tricked you into stealing the sacred scroll. He planned to kill you and keep it for himself. And you did your job wonderfully. As a reward, I'll answer the question you've been dying to know. It's something all the adults know and was kept hidden from you and the younger generation. Don't you want to know why the villagers treat you like you're like a monster? What? You mean you can't know why? Naruto asked. Mizuki, stop. That's forbidden. Naruto, just run. Irika shouted. But Naruto stayed put. This was his chance to finally understand why he suffered all those years. I knew you'd be interested. It's simply when the fourth Hokage battled the Nine Tails, he sealed inside of you. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Mizuki just laughed. That's right. The demon killed all those people, including Irika's parents, and nearly destroyed the village is inside you. You are the nine-tailed fox. And to add salt to the wound, he added, I wonder how those so-called friends of yours will react when they find out. Especially the Hyuga girl. Naruto dropped to his knees. He refused to believe it at first, thinking Mizuki was lying. But then it started to make sense. Why he was treated like he was the bane of everyone's existence. Why he always felt something in the corner of his mind, thoughts that weren't his own, urging him to kill. What they all said was true. I am a monster. Suddenly, an image of all his friends finding out and turning on him entered his head. The look on Hinata's face especially haunted him. It was filled with disgust. Now I'll send you to hell where you belong, demon. Mizuki threw a Fuma shuriken, which is basically a really big shuriken, at Naruto. Naruto made no attempts to dodge. He merely closed his eyes, waited the end. He heard the sound of metal piercing flesh, but didn't feel a thing. He opened his eyes and saw Irika in front of him. He had taken the blow. As Irika reached for his back to pull the weapon out, Naruto asked, "Why, Irika-sensei?" "Because we're the same." "Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't help you more. I grew up without a family too, so I know how painful it is to be alone. Grunts in pain, and before you apologize, don't. You are not the Nine Tails. You are not the demon who killed my parents. You are Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves. And I am proud to be your sensei." "Enough of this emotional crap," Mizuki said as he stabs Irika in the back with a kunai and whacks him away. "Irika-sensei," Naruto shouted. Pathetic. Now it was I, huh? What the hell? Gah! Was all that was heard from a while as the scream sent nearby birds flying away. Irika just laid there and stared. Mizuki was face down in a pool of his own blood. But that wasn't what Irika was staring at. Naruto sat in fetal position, covered in blood, hyperventilating, his eyes wide open. His eyes, they weren't the same. In place of the blue eyes Irika remembered was a strange ripple pattern. Naruto, Alpha? Alpha, yes? Naruto, when I go in a nine-tailed state, my eyes are red with slanted pupils. They don't form a ripple pattern? Alpha, I know. Naruto, so why? Alpha, just wait for the next chapter. Kakashi, does this mean Naruto? Alpha, relax. My plan isn't so simple as giving him something like that to use often. Lord Third will make sure of that. Hiruzen, I will. Alpha, yes, in the next chapter. Now, can we please talk about something else? Hinata, how about my scene? Naruto, yeah, you got your butt kicked good, Sasuke. Sasuke, yeah, and it pissed me off. I think I'll take my anger out on you. Naruto, bring it on. The two leave to fight each other. Kakashi, we'll go make sure they don't kill each other. He and Hiruzen leave. Alpha, by the way, sorry about what I made Sasuke call you. Hinata, it's all right. I got to properly stand up for Naruto, and I beat Sasuke. I should thank you. One question, though. Alpha, yes? Hinata, that comment I made to Sasuke at the end, as well as that incident with Naruto. Alpha, that. Well, I got the idea from the story Naruto's Kit by Brown Phantom. It was something that you in the story said at Tsunade's party. I found it funny, so I decided to add something like that. You know, add insult to injury. Hinata, I guess that makes sense. Alpha, but I wanted to make you looking an accident so as not to make you out as perverted. Hinata, I appreciate that. Well, I better go cheer Naruto on for while he beats Sasuke. Sakura appears. Sakura, please, Sasuke is much stronger than Naruto. Both leave arguing. Alpha, all right, better get started on the next chapter. Chapter 4 teams. After calming him down, Irika brought Naruto to the Hokage's office. Or rather, Naruto brought Irika. Because of his injuries, Naruto had to support Irika. However, Irika had asked him to close his eyes and keep them that way until told otherwise, so Irika acted as his eyes. The NBU found them shortly after leaving the forest and attempted to arrest Naruto and take Irika to the hospital, but Irika refused and stopped them. He explained what happened with Mizuki, leaving out Naruto's new condition. He then requested to see the Hokage despite the ANBU captain's plea to take him to the hospital, saying it was urgent. Reluctantly, the captain argued, but on the condition that they go with him. As they entered the office, Irika spoke up. "Lord Hokage, I need to speak with you privately." The Hokage nodded and dismissed the ANBU. "Irika, tell me what happened and why you're not in the hospital for your injuries." While Naruto, eyes still closed, seated in a chair, Irika started telling the story of what happened. From Naruto performing the Shadow Clone Jutsu, to Mizuki's betrayal to Naruto learning he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Then Mizuki went to kill Naruto when, well, I'll let see for yourself. Naruto, you can open your eyes now. Naruto did as he was told, revealing his ripple-patterned eyes. Hiruzen's own eyes widened. Naruto grew worried, unsure of what was going on. "Why are you staring at me? A Lord Third?" The Hokage opened his drawer and pulled out a small mirror and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took a look and saw the change in his eyes. He started to panic. What happened to my eyes? Does this have something to do with the fox? Naruto worried this was a sign that he was changing because of the demon within him. The Hokage shook his head. "No, Naruto. This has nothing to do with the Nine Tails. This is a rare Kekkei Genkai. In fact, it is not passed down like the other Kekkei Genkai." What do you mean it's not? Not passed down? Your parents did not possess those eyes, and neither will any children or grandchildren you may have in the future. Naruto nearly fainted at the thought of him and Hinata with children, but then remembered the situation. This Kekkei Genkai is known as the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Yes, it is said that it is the very same Kekkei Genkai that the Sage of the Six Paths possessed. Naruto was stunned. He heard that the Sage of the Six Paths was the father of all shinobi and a god among shinobi. However, he always believed the sage to be a myth. "Lord Hokage, have you ever encountered someone with the Rinnegan before?" Irika asked. "No, but one of my students has. My student took the boy as his student along with two others. However, he did not give me many details on its abilities. I imagine it was a mystery even to him." He paused, giving Naruto and Irika time to process this information before continuing. "Naruto, I know the possibilities are quite tempting, but I'm afraid I must seal this power away for the time being." "Why?" Naruto said, a little disappointed. "I'm worried about how your Rinnegan will affect the fourth seal. Also, I fear it will attract unwanted attention, especially from Danzo." It was difficult to keep Naruto out of route because of the fox spirit. If he found out Naruto had the Rinnegan, he would be relentless, as would the rest of the council. Hiruzen, though, the Hidden Leaf Council had gained much power over the years, to his regret. They wanted to turn the boy into mindless drone, a weapon, It took all day to prevent the council from doing so. Thankfully, his allies in the council were able to support him. This will only be a temporary measure until you're older. Until then, don't tell anyone, even your friends. Do you understand? Naruto nodded. The last thing he wanted was unwelcomed attention. Good. Irika, I'll have one of the guards take you to the hospital so you can get your injuries treated. By the time you're back, I will have finished the seal. Naruto, close your eyes until the guard I call in leaves with Irika. Naruto did as he was told and waited for Irika and the guard to leave. The Hokage placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and started the sealing process. Kushina taught him and a number of shinobi this seal on members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans who turned rouge. During the process, Naruto thought, so I have the nine tails inside me. That's why everyone hates. It's crazy, but I actually feel better knowing. I'm still scared of what the nine tails may do to me in the future, or how my friends will react when they find out. I don't want them to, and I'm not ready to tell them. But I know the truth will eventually come out. Still, at least I know I didn't actually do anything to anything. And one day, I make them see the real me, not the fox. Ah, good luck, kid. You'll need it. A voice in his head said in disbelief. Ashilo? Who's there? Naruto thought, but there was no response. What was that? Could that have been? Done, the Hokage said as he handed Naruto the mirror. Naruto looked into the mirror and saw that his eyes were blue again. However, he also noticed three small swirls on his forehead in the formation of a triangle, think underscore, dash underscore, but with swirls instead. Lord Hokage, what about these marks on my forehead? Maybe Irika could help with that. Why don't we talk a bit until then? Actually, want to ask you something? Of course, what is it? I wanted to ask A about what it means to be Hokage. That caught Hiruzen off guard. Sure. But do you mind telling me what has you so curious? Naruto took a deep breath and focused hard on not stuttering. I guess it's because of all the things I've heard about you and the past Hokages. I know that you all were great ninja. Were. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Naruto started to panic when the Hokage added, Relax, Naruto. I know it was for lack of better wording and that you meant no disrespect. Continue. Naruto calmed down, but his stutter returned. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's not the only R requirement. There was something else, all right. Hiruzen chuckled. Yes, Naruto. There's more to being Hokage than being a strong shinobi. Many people overlook that fact. While being strong is important, there's one more thing that's even more important. Something that my predecessors and I possess, the will of fire. I remember Irika Sensei mentioning it, but he didn't go into detail. Allow me to. The will of fire is the bond that ties the village together. It is the desire to protect the village, its people, and one's precious people at all cost. And though many have tried, it cannot be extinguished, only passed on. Only those whose will of fire burns brightly can become Hokage. Do you understand? Naruto thought for a moment, then nodded. I know the villagers hate me, but for some reason, I can't bring myself to hate them back. And I want to be able to protect my friends, to be strong. A few minutes passed when Irika knocked on the door. With permission, Irika came in, bandages covering parts of his arms, most of his left leg, and almost half his upper body. He had a crutch in his left arm for support. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, he said. Not at all, Irika. We had just finished our conversation. By the way, it looks like Naruto will need something to cover the seal on his forehead, the Hokage stated. I have just the thing. Close your eyes one last time, Naruto. Naruto did as he was told, a little annoyed by how many times he'd been told that. He felt something get tied around his forehead and then heard Irika say, "Now open them." Naruto opened his eyes and looked at his sensei. He noticed something different. Irika sensei, where's your H headband? Right where it belongs, he answered. Naruto lifted his hand and touched his forehead. He felt metal and the hidden leaf symbol. Why you mean? That's right. Congratulations, Naruto. You pass. You're officially a genin. Tears of joy formed in Naruto's eyes as he rushed to embrace his sensei. Thank you, Irika sensei. You earned it, Irika said softly. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. Naruto wiped his eyes and looked at the clock. I think Ichiraku is still open. The Hokage smiled. Go on now, you too. I have to finish making the teams for Tamero. As they left, the Hokage groaned when he remembered the paperwork he had to do. Times like these, I wish I had just named another successor instead of coming out of retirement. The next morning, all the newly appointed genin were excited to be assigned their teams. All of them, that is except for Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, who were still sad that their friend Naruto had not graduated with them. Sasuke wasn't excited either, but then again, when is Sasuke ever excited? The door opened, and everyone took their seats, expecting Irika. But imagine the look on everyone's face when instead of Irika, Naruto walked in wearing a leaf headband. Hi, he said meekly. He didn't like how all eyes were on him. Just then, all his friends rushed at him. They were glad he was there, but they were also confused. Naruto, I thought you failed the test. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you passed, but what happened? Kiba inquired. Well, Irika sensei, let me try the CL clone jutsu again. I am managed C create a S solid clone and pass. Naruto lied. He hated to do it, but was told by Irika not to tell them about last night's events. Kiba and Choji were satisfied with that answer, but the others weren't convinced. They could tell he was hiding something, but decided not to pressure him. Shikamaru in particular figured it'd be too troublesome. The door opened once more, but this time Irika did come in. Everyone rushed to their seats as Irika spoke. All right, first let me once again congratulate all of you for graduation. I am confident that each of you will become fine shinobi. Now, please remain quiet while I announce the teams. Everyone waited in anticipation. Naruto was thinking, please be with Hinata. Please be with Hinata. Hinata was thinking, please not with Sasuke. Please not with Sasuke. And Sakura was thinking, please be with Sasuke. Please be with Sasuke. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and... Yeah, Sakura shouted. Meanwhile, all of Sasuke's other fangirl goned, upset and jealous. Hinata let out a sigh of relief. Miss Haruno, I thought I asked that everyone remain quiet. Sakura immediately sat down, slightly embarrassed but happy nonetheless. As I was saying, your final teammate is Kakashi. Glad to see you finally join us. Lord Third said as Kakashi walked in, late as usual. Apologies, Lord Hokage. I misplaced my bike. Let me guess, you also saved a kitten from a tree. Asuma Sarutobi said sarcastically. Actually, yes, I did in fact. Kakashi retorted. If you two are quite done, let us continue, Hiruzen said. Kakashi Hitaki, you will lead teams 7 consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Some of the Jonin seemed disgusted when they heard Naruto's name, but the Hokage continued anyway. Kurenai Yuhi, you will lead Team 8 consisting of Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Asuma Sarutobi, you will lead Team 10 consisting of Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. The Hokage continued to assign the teams. All right, now that you've all assigned your teams, get ready to meet them. Dismissed. Most of the Jonin cleared out. However, Kakashi and Kurenai stay behind. Is there something you wish to discuss? Kurenai spoke up. Yes, Lord Third. I respectfully request that Naruto be placed on my team. The Hokage inhaled from his pipe. Would you care to explain your reasoning? Yes. Kakashi and I discussed this last night after the Mizuki incident. Most Jonin knew the details of Mizuki's betrayal. However, only Irika and the Hokage knew of Naruto's Rinnegan. We assumed you would arrange the teams this way, and, no offense, but we believe this arrangement to be flawed. No offense taken. Please explain. Kakashi spoke up this time. As you are aware, my Sharingan makes me the ideal sensei to teach Sasuke. However, while watching over Naruto, I have seen Sasuke belittle Naruto and as a result lowering his self-esteem. And since Sakura possesses strong feelings for the Uchiha, she would most likely assist him. This would make them an ineffective team. Hinata, on the other hand, has the opposite effect on him. This girl changed Naruto's life for the better. Because of her, he is friends and has grown stronger. So with your permission, Lord Third, we request that Naruto be placed in my squad and Shino be placed in Kakashi's. Kurenai finished. Why exchange Shino? Shino's calm attitude is less like to cause trouble in my team. Kiba, on the hand, would most likely start fights. Kakashi answered. Very well then. I approve of your request. I shall make the changes before handing the papers to Irika. Dismissed. The two Jonin left. Once they were out the door, Kakashi commented, That went well. Kurenai looked at him and said, You may have fooled the Hokage, but you can't fool me. I know the real reason you didn't want Naruto on your team. It's better this way. Bad things happen to those closest to me. My father, Obito, Rin, Minato Sensei, Kushina. That doesn't mean Naruto would meet the same fate. Maybe not, but better safe than sorry. I'll look after him from the shadows, but that's as close as I dare to get. Kakashi said, nearly shouting. And with that, Kakashi disappeared. Kurenai sighed. Kakashi, I know it hurts to lose people. I've lost friends and family as well, and so has Asuma. but that hasn't stopped us from forming bonds with others and each other. Shino Aburame. Your Jonin instructor will be Kakashi Hatake. Oh man, not Bug Boy. Still, he's better than that Naruto kid. He'd only drag Sasuke down. Sakura thought. Shino wasn't thrilled about being on the same team as Sasuke, but he knew better than to let his personal feelings disrupt his ninja career, so he accepted it. As for Sasuke, he didn't care. Teammate will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin instructor will be Kurenai Yuhi. Hinata, who is sitting between the two boys, put her arms around her new teammates. All right, looks like we're team, you guys. Naruto silently thanked God for putting him on the same team as Hinata. Kiba was glad as well, though not as much as Naruto. Sasuke, however, was pissed but didn't let it show. He didn't care if he wasn't in the same team as Hinata, but he didn't like Naruto being so close to her. The way things are progressing, by the time I kill Itachi, that loser will ruin any chance I have of making her mine. Do I need to teach all of you the meaning of the word quiet? Size Team 10 will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. Your Jonin instructor will be Asuma Sarutobi. None of them were surprised. Their clans created the best ninja squad formation, the Ino Shikacho. It was only natural that the would-be team together. Irika continued to list the teams assigned, but as far as the others were concerned, none of the other teams mattered. Once he finished, the 7 friends got together. Hey, you said you could make a solid clone, right? Not an illusion. Shikamaru asked. Igriga Naruto answered. Come on, show us. Hinata commanded. Yeah, come on, you had us worried. You owe it to us, Choji added. Agreed, Shino said. Okay. Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. 30 Narutos popped up in puffs of smoke. Whoa, that's a lot of Narutos, Ino commented. Shino poked 2 of the Narutos, in case one was the original. The clones are solid. Impressive Naruto, Hinata said, causing Naruto to blush a bit as he dispelled the jutsu. By the way, Shino, I feel sorry for you. You have to be on the same team as that lousy Uchiha. Kiba said. Kiba, don't say that. Sure, Sasuke can be, rude, but I'm sure under that rough exterior lies a true gentleman. I doubt it, Hinata thought, remembering her encounter with Sasuke last night. She didn't have the heart to tell her what happened. After all, though indirectly, Sasuke played a major role in ending Ino's previous friendship with Sakura. Neither Ino nor Sakura thought clearly when he was involved. Hinata believed Ino needed to see for herself what kind of person Sasuke really is. All right, let's get lunch. Oh, and before you say anything, Naruto, this time we're getting barbecue, Choji said. The others laughed, while Naruto nodded. He decided he did make his friends eat ramen too often, so he went along with Choji's idea. When they arrived, they had some trouble with the establishment letting Naruto in, but they changed their tune when they realized he was friends with Choji. Every restaurant knew of the infamous Akimichi appetite, and someone would have to be crazy to drive one away. So the staff grudgingly served Naruto. After lunch, everyone split up to meet their new sensei. Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba didn't have to wait long for their sensei to show up. Good evening. I will be your Jonin instructor. First, I'd like to get to know you. So I'd like you to tell me your name, likes, dislikes, and any goal or dream you have. I'll go first. My name is Karina Ayuhi. My likes include gardening, friends, and reading. My dislikes are drunks, traitors, and those that push others around. Right now, my goal to make all of you find Shinobi. After she finished, Hinata popped up. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like my friends, cinnamon rolls, and pranking. I hate arrogant jerks like Uchiha and Shellfish. My dream is to change my clan for the better. This girl has got a fire burning in her. Plus, she doesn't seem as stuck up as the rest of her clan. Kiba spoke now. I am Kibe Inuzuka. I like beef jerky, my friends, and walking Akamaru. Akamaru barked in agreement. My dislikes are cats and people who disrespect my friends. My goal is to become a strong shinobi and beat a really strong opponent. A lot of bark. I hope he has the bite to back it up. I guess it's my job to make sure. Naruto tapped his index fingers and was barely audible. And my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I I like Arum and my friends, and he instinctively glances at Hinata, but turns back before she and Kiba notice and continues. Sea cooking. I dislike those who tea treat others pee poorly, especially with no valid reason. And my dream is Naruto stops talking. This kid is really shy. I'll have my work cut out for me breaking him out of his shell. And from that quick glance I caught, he like our little heir's friend. Interesting. Naruto, please tell us what your dream is. You've got me curious, and from the looks on your friends, they are too. Don't worry, none of us will make fun of you. Kurinai said reassuringly. Hinata nodded. Despite being friends for a little over 2 years, she had no idea of the blonde's goals for the future. My dream. Naruto took a deep breath and managed to spit out with stuttering, is to be the greatest Hokage. He finished a little louder than he wanted. Naruto felt embarrassed and quickly looked to the floor. No one was expecting this, except you readers, of course. They just looked at him, not sure of how to respond. Finally, Kurinai asked a question on everyone's mind. Naruto, do you truly understand what it means to be Hokage, or what your job would be? A few moments passed before Naruto responded. Why, yeah. As Hokage, would be my job to protect the V village and everyone in it, even at the cost of your own life. Kurinai was shocked. She had heard of how the villages treated him, and yet right now he was saying he'd give his life to protect the village that hated him. I've seen people go through less and end up resenting the world. This boy truly is his father's son. That's a fine dream, Naruto. And as your sensei, I'm going to help you all achieve your dreams. She said regarding everyone. Let's meet up tomorrow at 8 a.m. so I can test you guys and see what you're made of. Dismissed. This group has potential. They all seem to value their friendship, which is important in teamwork. Maybe I'll let them enter the Chunin exams if they're strong enough, but the exams are months away, so they have time. As they got up, Hinata couldn't help but admire her blonde friend. I've seen firsthand what the villagers have done to him, and what he almost did as a result. She thought as the image of a broken Naruto holding a kunai to his chest in her mind. She shuddered at the memory of that day. And yet, for some reason, he doesn't hate them. You truly are strong, Naruto. Any woman would be lucky to have you. However, the idea of Naruto with another girl sickened her. No, not any woman. Me. She, though, as she finally confessed to herself her feelings for the boy. As everyone left, no one but Kurenai noticed a shadow near the building. Kakashi had been eavesdropping on teammates, or more specifically Naruto, as he heard the blue-eyed boy's dream. Hokage, just like his mother and father. They will be proud to hear this, I'm sure. The one-eyed Jonin then left and made his way toward his own team. HM, I wonder what kind of potential Sasuke has. His Sharingan hasn't activated yet, but I'm sure once we start more strenuous missions, they'll show themselves. Then his real training will begin. Shino is an Aburame, so his jutsu and combat skills will be insect-based. I'll have to talk to his father to get an idea on how to develop his skills. Still, some taijutsu signs will keep him well-rounded and help him in close combat. Sakura may be the most difficult to train. On paper, she shows potential. However, her instructors tell me she spends more time fawning over Sasuke than developing her skills. That may prove to be a problem. When Kakashi reached the classroom, Sakura spoke up. "Sensei, you're late," she said, trying to sound respectful, but she couldn't hide the annoyance in her voice. "I have to agree, Sensei. I believe we were all supposed to start over an hour ago," Shino said in his emotionless voice. Sasuke grunted, clearly annoyed by how long this was taking. "Sorry, guys. I was helping a pregnant lady with her groceries," Kakashi responded. His new students just looked at him in disbelief. This is going to be a recurring thing. I know it, they all thought. "Naruto, why'd you take away my Rinnegan?" "Alpha, did you really think I'd let you use something as powerful as the Rinnegan so early in the story?" "Naruto, so what was the point in adding it?" "Alpha, rest assured, the Rinnegan will make a reappearance. However, you may have to wait until the end of the Chunin exams, or even later." Naruto, fine. Kakashi, hey, you finally finish his chapter. Alpha, yeah, by the Kakashi. I have a question. Kakashi, yes? Alpha, what's under your mask? Sasuke suddenly pops up out of nowhere. Kakashi, what's under my mask? I'll show you. Everyone leans closer, behind this mask. Naruto, Alpha, Sasuke. I'll finally see what's under his mask. Kakashi pulls down his mask, is another mask. Pretty cool, right? Everyone drops comically. Naruto, oh man. Sasuke, just like last time. Alpha, so what's under that one? Naruto and Sasuke jump back up. Kakashi pulls down his mask, a third mask, and down they go. Half an hour of mask removal later. Alpha, how many masks do you wear? Kakashi, well, let me think. I know it was 15 less than yesterday, but 12 more than the day before. All fall down again. Chapter 5, C-Rank Mission. Hinata, do you have eyes on the target? Kurenai asked through the radio. Yes. The target is nearing Kiba and Naruto's position. Copy that. Kiba, Naruto, are you two in position? Just give the word and we'll show you what we're made of, Kiba responded. All right, go. Kiba leaped out of the bushes. He grabbed the target, but ended up with a face full of scratches before she ran away. Naruto then came out of the bushes, leading the target straight into the arms of the Hyuga heiress. As the target purred in Hinata arms, Kurenai walked up. All right, good work, team. Damn it, I hate cats. And haven't we already caught this fur ball 4 times this past month? Kiba complained. 5. Naruto corrected. Akamaru barked in agreement. Come on, guys, she's not so bad, Hinata said as she scratched Tora behind her left ear. You say that because she likes you. He does this to me every time, Kiba said, pointing at his scratched face. All right, that's enough. Let's head to the Hokage's office and return Tora. Kurenai ordered. There you are, my precious. Mommy missed you. Yes, she did. Madam Sure Jimmy shrieked as she squeezed Tora in her arms. The cat was clearly not comfortable as he struggled to breathe. Oh, I hope that beast over there didn't hurt you, she added as she pointed to Akamaru. Kiba was about to protest, but one look for Kurenai and the Hokage silenced him. They did not want him upsetting the feudal lord's wife. Madam Sure Jimmy gave the Hokage her payment for the job and left. Once she was gone, Hinata spoke up. The way she treats that cat, it's no wonder Tora keeps running away. The Hokage and Kurenai were about to lecture her about being respectful, but they just sighed. They knew she would just ignore them. Besides, they all knew she wasn't wrong. If any one of them were in that position, they'd run too. Well, here's your payment. That's your 3rd job today. Will you be taking another, or will that be all? Hiruzen asked. No, Lord Hokage. That will be our last mission for the day. Kurenai answered. Very well. Dismissed. Kurenai and her team left the building. It was 4:23 p.m. Okay, we have enough time to get some training in, so let's head to the training grounds. For the past month, Kurenai has been training her team in taijutsu and chakra control. True, she was nowhere near Guy's level when it came to taijutsu, but that didn't mean she wasn't skilled in it. And as the Leaf's Jinjutsu mistress, she was the perfect person to improve their chakra control. She even taught Kiba and Hinata a few basic Jinjutsu. However, Naruto proved completely incapable of performing any Jinjutsu. Still, by the end of the month, they had already mastered tree climbing and were moving on to water walking. At around 5:30 p.m., Kurenai dismissed her team. The 3 friends walked together toward Naruto's place when Hinata started to complain. Man, I'm sick of all these D-rank missions. They're nothing but chores other people are too lazy to do. I mean, dishwashing, fence painting, babysitting. Oh, don't remind me. It took all night for me to get that horrible stench that little stinker made in his diaper out of me and Akamaru's nose. Akamaru whimpered as he recalled that day. I didn't mind that much, Naruto admitted. Yeah, because for some reason that baby liked you better than the rest of us, Hinata said, trying to sound annoyed. However, she couldn't help but be amused at how well he got along with young one. She remembered how the mother was tentative to allow him into her home. Kurenai's reassurances were that the baby would be fine were the only reason she allowed him in. How come no one else can see him the way that child did? Hinata could still remember how the mother screamed and ran to get her child away from the demon, as well as the sad look on Naruto's face. She was acting like he was going to hurt the baby when in truth, he kept her and Kiba from doing so. They arrived at Naruto's place and then went their separate ways. Naruto made himself some dinner before laying on his bed. Sleep was difficult for him ever since he heard that voice in his head back at the Hokage's office. Why haven't I heard anything since? Could that have been the Nine Tails? Or was I just imagining things? The dreams he had made it worse. Some nights, he would have strange dreams about a sewer and a cage that was too dark to see into, or nightmares. One of his nightmares, he could see the hidden leaf village burn. In this dream, he was huge and was killing ninja and civilians alike. The worst part was, he would later look at his reflection and see the nine-tailed fox staring back. This time, this dream was about his friends. They found out about his secret and were giving him the same look the villagers gave him, and then they would abandon him. The worst part of the dream involved Hinata. While the rest of his friend walked away, Hinata slowly approached him, kunai in hand. The kunai didn't have any tags or special markings, but for some reason, it felt familiar. Hinata, what are you doing? Naruto asked, his voice not filled with terror or confusion, but pain as he watched the person he cared for the most, the first friend he ever had, walk up to him weapon drawn. Don't worry, Naruto, she said in a comforting voice that was clearly false. I'm only finishing what you started. That's when he recognized the kunai she had. It was the same one from 2 years ago, the one he used to try and... No, Hinata, please. But she didn't listen. Instead, she lifted the kunai up and thrusted it into his heart. When the blade pierced his heart, he woke up sitting upright and sweating heavily. Trying desperately to calm himself down, he went through the breathing exercises Kurenai taught them. Once he caught his breath and settled down, he took a cold shower and changed into another pair of pajamas. He laid in bed thinking about his dream. Naruto wasn't a fool. He knew such a scenario was highly unlikely. Actually, Naruto truly did not know how his friends would react. All he knew was that when they find out, nothing would be the same. Sasuke walked around his house. The building where laughter and yelling could be heard from was silent, as it had been for years ever since that night. Memories of his mother and father would plague his mind, but Sasuke didn't mind. In fact, he used those memories to fuel his desire to see Itachi's lifeless body lay at his feet. Brother, just you wait. Once I obtain the Mangekyo, I will find you, and I will avenge our clan. I'll make you suffer for what you did to our family, he would always think. But for the past month, Sasuke's thoughts weren't focused on Itachi. No, they were focused on a certain heiress and her blue-eyed companion. He didn't care that he wasn't on the same team as her, but he was angered that Naruto was with her. He would rather have the blonde loser on his team than on hers. With each day, Hinata and Naruto were getting closer and closer, and though the two were oblivious to each other's true feelings, Sasuke knew it was only a matter of time. I still can't believe she's interested in him. Still, the fact remains that while Itachi's death is a priority, I need to secure my future with Hinata. Her Byakugan is the key to the Uchiha's rebirth, and that damn blonde is in the way. Luckily, the loser isn't very popular. Why is it important? The fact is, after what I overheard earlier, I know just how to ensure my future. Sasuke was passing by the Hyuga compound when he overheard one of the guards talking about how Hayashi tried yet again to convince the Hokage to get Naruto out of Hinata team. Not that I blame him. After all, I wouldn't want my child near that boy. You knew what? The guard was saying. Shush. Did you forget the third's law? We're not supposed to talk about that, especially in front of others, his partner said, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't know what this secret was, but he knew it had to be something major to make it a law not to speak of. And it had to be pretty bad to make people talk about Naruto like that. At first, Sasuke thought about trying to find out what Naruto's secret was, but he decided against it. If the Hokage was willing to punish people for saying anything, he knew investigating would bring too much trouble. As Sasuke laid in bed, an idea came to mind. He would take advantage of the Hyuga clan's desire to separate Naruto and Hinata. All he had to do was find the right words for his proposal. The next morning, Team 8 met at the Hokage's office. All right, there are a number of D-ranked missions available. Let's see. One man wants his house painted. Kiba, your mother has put in a request to have some of the ninja hounds walked. If not, there's dishwashing. One of the farmers needs some farmhand. Or Hiruzen was saying, no, no more D-ranked missions. Hinata shouted. She was sick of them. Those are all nothing, but chores people are too lazy to do themselves. Give us a real mission. Yeah, Hinata, right? We've trained hard. We're ready, so we should at least get a C-ranked mission. Kiba added. Both sit down in defiance, neither willing to get up until they got a really mission. Kurenai just put her hand over her eyes and shook her head. Good grief, these two are going to cause much trouble for me. She looked at Naruto, who merely looked down, doing his finger-tapping habit. He's still so shy, but at least he's level-headed. I apologize for my students' disruptive behavior. It's all right, Kurenai. I'm sure they're just eager to prove themselves. The Hokage then faced Naruto. What about you, Naruto? Do you think you and your teammates can handle a C-rank mission? Naruto didn't say anything, but nodded. Well, Kurenai, the decision is ultimately yours. I do have a C-rank mission available. However, whether your team gets it or not is up to you. Kurenai thought for a moment. Her team had worked hard, and they have completed the minimal amount of D-rank missions required. Also, C-rank missions weren't typically dangerous. The worst that normally happened was a bandit attack. That said, there have been moments where a low-rank mission would be met with an unexpected complication, raising its rank. Still, she could see the determination in all of them. My team is ready. Very well. I have just the mission. You team will act as bodyguards on a journey. Yes. Is a feudal lord? Or an ambassador? Come on, old man Hokage, Hinata asked, giddy with excitement. I hope it's a beautiful princess. Kiba said, maybe she'll have a friend for Akamaru. Akamaru barked happily at the idea. Don't be so impatient. I will bring him in now. Hiruzen said. Kiba was saddened upon hearing the word him. Bring in our guest. He shouted to the people outside the office. The door opened, and an old man with a bottle walked in. What the? A bunch of snot-nosed brats and their pup. That's my protection. Brats, let me at him. Hinata yelled as she and Kiba rushed at the client. Kurenai had to restrain Kiba while Naruto held Hinata back. Hinata, Kiba, we're supposed to be protecting the client, not attacking him. Kurenai said, keeping Kiba in a headlock. See, calm down, Hinata. Naruto was too busy keeping her from hurting the client to notice he was practically hugging her. He's just drunk. Just a drunk? The client said, mishearing what Naruto said. I'm not just a drunk. I'm Tazuna, a master bridge builder. I need to return to the land of waves to build a bridge that will change our land's economy, and I expect you brats to get me there safely. All right, Kurenai, your team will leave for the land of waves tomorrow at 10. I suggest you all spend the rest of the day preparing. It'll take a few days to get there. Dismissed. Kurenai released Kiba. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata realized their position and backed away from each other blushing. Team 8 then turned and left to prepare for their first real ninja mission. Man, did he stink, Hinata said. She, Kiba, and Naruto were eating at Ichiraku. At least you don't have a heightened sense of smell. His manners are even worse. I bet he pissed someone off at a bar. That's why he needs protection, Kiba added. Hey guys, Ino shouted. She and her team entered the stand. I knew I'd find you here. Ashi Ino, Shikamaru, Shoji, Naruto's tutored. Hey you three, it's been a while, Hinata exclaimed. Yeah, Asuma-sensei has been keeping us busy with training and missions. It's a real drag, Shikamaru said. Come on, Shikamaru. Asuma-sensei wants us to be great shinobi. Besides, he pays for lunch. Choji argued. Yeah, I know, but it seriously cuts into my cloud watching. Geez, Shikamaru, you are so lazy. You barely put any effort into training. Ino complained. She then turned her attention on Naruto and Hinata. So how you two been? She said, putting emphasis on the word you. We've been fine, Ino, Hinata answered, a little worried over her friend's tone of voice. She heard it plenty of times back when Choji had a crush on this girl back at the academy. What was her name again? Doesn't matter anymore. Needless to say, it did work out as she revealed herself to be another Sasuke fangirl. Poor Choji. It took weeks to get over her. The point is, during Choji infatuation, Ino used that tone of voice to tease him. Hinata barely suppressed a laugh, and sometimes failed altogether when Ino used that tone of voice to make him blush. But now it was her turn. I don't remember telling her I liked Naruto. She's good. Naruto, on the other hand, was not surprised. While he never admitted he liked Hinata, his reactions to her teasing, especially the one about kissing, was all the evidence she needed. I hope Ino doesn't reveal my feelings. What if Hinata doesn't feel the same way? I don't want to lose her because of that. Your insecurities are getting on my nerves, kid. Naruto nearly choked on his ramen. Was that YU Nine Tails? Again, no response. If that was the Nine Tails, does the fact that he's speaking to me mean he's going to try something? Naruto sighed internally. He would have to speak with the Hokage after the mission. I wonder how Shino is doing, Kiba asked. We haven't seen him since the teams were chosen. I'm Fine. Thank you for asking. Everyone turned to the right to see Shino. By the way, I'm sorry, but I couldn't lose them. What are you? Hinata started till she saw the two figures behind him. Oh shit. Sasuke, over here, Ino shouted. Come sit next to me. Oh no, Sasuke is sitting next to me, Ino pig. Sakura argued. No, he's sitting next to me, forehead girl. Ino countered. While the two girls fought, Sasuke walked up to Naruto, who was sitting next to Hinata. Hey loser, move. Huh, you heard me, move. And no, Naruto said softly. He stopped eating, but didn't look up from his bowl. What? Sasuke asked, a little annoyed. You heard him. He said no. Hinata said, why do you want to sit there anyway? I don't have to explain. Just move. Ahem. Sasuke and Hinata turned to look at Teuchi. Sasuke, right? I believe those seats over there are available. Teuchi spoke kindly. but his face said that he wouldn't tolerate someone harassing one of his customers, especially one of his favorite customers. Sasuke got the message and grudgingly sat next to Sakura and Ino as both asked him on a date. Naruto looked up at Tucci and mouthed a thank you. Tucci smiled and nodded his head. With everyone there, Kiba decided to start bragging. Hey, guess what? We got our first C-rank mission today. Everyone looked at him in disbelief except Naruto and Hinata. Surprisingly, Sasuke was the first to speak. What? How did you guys get a C-rank mission before me? I believe you mean us. Shino correct. Even after a month of team-building exercises, Sasuke still had trouble acknowledging the fact that he was part of the team. We are a team after all. I must admit, I am curious as to how you were able to convince your sensei and the Hokage to give you a C-rank mission when all of us have only had a month of training. We're just that great. Right, Naruto? Kiba said. All right. Sasuke just finished his food, paid for his meal, and left. Sakura quickly did the same and followed him. Ino almost followed suit, but decided to stick with Hinata. Ino was thankful Hinata didn't share her infatuation with Sasuke. After all, it ruined her friendship with Sakura. So the 7 rookies started discussing the events of the last month, unaware their senseis were doing the same thing. So Asuma, how is training the newest Ino Shikacho? Kurenai asked as she ate some dango. Well, they have potential. Their teamwork is exceptional and they understand their family's jutsu quite well. However, there are problems. Shikamaru is brilliant but lacks any drive. Choji is strong, but I've only been able to use training dummies. He refuses to spar with me or the others for fear of hurting us. As for Ino, she spends more time criticizing Choji and Shikamaru than actually train. That said, I truly believe they'll one day surpass their fathers. Asuma answered as he took out yet another cigarette, despite the glares from his 2 friends. Anyway, what about you, Kakashi? From what I've heard, the Uchiha kid isn't exactly a team player. I'm surprised they actually passed your test. Well, it was close. Shino and Sasuke each worked independently to try and get the bells from me. Sasuke was quite skilled. I didn't expect that he already knew fire jutsu. Shino was difficult too. I had to keep an eye out for his bugs, which almost took the bells from me on a number of occasions. As for Sakura, she spent the entire time watching and admiring Sasuke. I easily neutralized her with a simple Jinjutsu. When time was up, I decided to give them one more chance. I tried Sakura to a post and told the other not to feed her or they'd fail. Then I left. Shino was the first to offer her food, saying they had to work together in order to have a chance against me. Sasuke begrudgingly agreed and fed some of his food to Sakura. Once I saw this, I appeared in front of them yelling, "You sounding angry," but before I could finish, Shino interrupted me saying pass. Apparently, he figured out the purpose of my test, so I passed them. You must be getting soft, Kakashi. Asuma joked. So I actually think you might be right. While they work well enough together when required to, they don't actually bond with one another. Shino tolerates Sasuke's presence, but makes no attempts to befriend him. Sasuke thinks himself above the others and feels they would only drag him down. Sakura is creeped out by Shino's insects and prefers to spend her time trying to woo Sasuke. Training must be tough then, Kurenai commented. True. When not on missions, I usually put them through team-building exercises. These proved to only slightly improve their teamwork. As for individual training, I've focused more on Sasuke. I'm unfamiliar with his family's insect-based jutsus, so I've had to leave that to his father. I have, however, been improving his taijutsu skills. Sakura shows she has great chakra control, but would rather fawn over Sasuke than develop her skills. And what about you, Kurenai? How is your team? Kurenai knew he really meant, how is Naruto? My team is doing quite well. It's proving difficult to get Naruto out of his shell, but his teammates are helping, especially Hinata. I think our little heiress has a thing for our Jinchuriki, and I can tell the feeling is mutual. Really, Kakashi said. So he fell for a prankster just like his father did. I doubt Hayashi would be happy to hear that. After all, my old man has told me about how Hayashi has been trying to get Naruto put on a different team away from his daughter. Asuma said, I can't believe he cares about his clan's image more than his daughter's happiness, or the happiness of the son of Hitomi's best friend. Kurenai exclaimed. Anyway, they're training? Kakashi asked, attempting to get back on track. All right. Well, I've already put the team through the tree walking exercise. Hinata got the hang of it quickly, though that's no surprise given her family's fighting style. It took Kiba and Naruto a few days, but they got the hang of it. I've also managed to teach Kiba and Hinata some simple Jinjutsu. Naruto, however, has proven unable to preform Jinjutsu due to his vast and overly developed chakra capacity. So I've spent more time teaching him to dispel a Jinjutsu. It seems I drew the short end of a stick, Kakashi said. Then he shrugged and added, oh well, too late to change things now. Anyway, I heard about a client from the land of waves requesting bodyguards. The dangers should be minimal, so I think my team will take the job. Maybe a real mission will help their teamwork. Not if my team gets it first, Asuma argued, lighting another death stick. And give your track record for tardiness. I have nothing to worry about. Sorry, boys, but you're both too late, Kurenai said with a smile. My team leaves Tamero at 10. What? Are you sure your team is ready? Kakashi said, worried about his sensei's son. More than your team, Kurenai countered. Besides, you said it yourself. The danger is minimal. The worst that could happen is a bunch of bandits. My students are prepared for that. And if not, I'll beat them with ease. Well, good luck then, Asuma said, raising his glass. Not that you'll need it. Team 8 waited by the gate for their sensei and Tazuna. Each of them spent the night preparing before going to sleep. A few minutes after 10, Kurenai and Tazuna showed. Ugh, did he spend the night passed out at a bar? He sure smells like he did. Kiba complained quietly to his teammates. Why couldn't we get a princess? All right, team. It will arrive at the Land of Waves in about 3 days. I hope you all pack properly. Kurenai waited for her team and nodded before she continued. I don't expect to run into any trouble, but keep an eye out anyway. The life of a ninja is full of surprises. Kiba, I want you and Akamaru up front. Use your noses to sniff out any trouble. Hinata, I want you to activate your Byakugan at regular intervals to spot traps or any enemies Kiba and Akamaru miss. Naruto, you stand guard by the client. Remember, you must make sure he stays safe. I will bring up the rear. Understood. Yes, sensei. All 3 shouted. All right, team 8, let's move out. Hinata jumped in the air. Our first mission outside the village. All right. Tazuna just shook his head. If this is the best protection I can afford, I'm a dead man. Gato will see to that. Alpha done. Hi, is she really? Did you have to make me look bad? Alpha. Hey, I gave you conscious. I'll just make you ignore it. Sasuke. Don't bother agreeing. I already tried while he was typing this chapter. Hi, is she? You make it seem like I care little for my daughter. Alpha. Hey, maybe in the future, you'll listen to your conscience. Hi, is she? Says I guess I don't really have any say. Leaves. Alpha. You know, I've been thinking. Sasuke, what about? Alpha. Ideas for new stories. Sasuke. You've barely started this one, and you're already thinking of another? Alpha. Relax. I don't plan on writing new stories anytime soon while I work on this one. I may not even write these stories. But who knows? Maybe someone else will write one or direct me to one. Hint, hint. I do have one preference for them, though. Sasuke. Let me guess. Naruhina. Naruto. Yeah. Me. And Hinata forever. Alpha. Anyway, one idea is Naruto Hatake. I think that speaks for itself. Kakashi. Maybe you'll finally appreciate good literature. Pulls out his book. Naruto. No way, Kakashi-sensei. Alpha. Continuing Root Naruto, where Danzo succeeded in getting Naruto as a baby. Naruto. So, I end up like Sai? Alpha. Perhaps in some ways, yes. My third idea can't be written by others. It's a self-insert. Sasuke. Wait a minute. You as a ninja? Alpha. Hey, I think I'd be pretty strong, given the origin I made up. Naruto, what origin? Alpha. Only thing I'm saying is that it's similar to Yamato's. Now, my fourth idea is Naruto accidentally kills Sasuke at Valley of the End, and... Sasuke. Wait, why does he get to kill me? Alpha. As I was saying, he runs away from the village, unable to face the village, or more specifically Sakura, and all his friends look for him. Jiraiya, as a fellow author, might I make a suggestion? Alpha, oh. Jiraiya, with perverted grin. How about you make an Aika of your own? Kakashi, best idea I've heard all day. Alpha, no, 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 no. Jiraiya, oh come on. It would be, punch comes out from nowhere. Tsunade, ignore this pervert. If you even have taken his advice. Alpha, and no problems there. I'll just write the next chapter. Chapter 6, Missed Demons. All right, let's set up camp here. Kurenai told her team and the bridge maker. They were at a clear, small distance from the road. Kurenai set up a Jinjutsu that hid their precincts from bandits and other minor threats. Their first day out of the Hidden Leaf was uneventful, much to Hinata and Kiba's dismay. Man, I was so looking forward to showing off what me and Akamaru learned. Kiba complained as they put their stuff down. Yeah, today was way too boring. Hinata agreed. Kurenai assigned Kiba and Akamaru to hunt some wild game. While they did bring food, Kurenai thought it would a good chance to build their survival skill, especially if she decided to let them participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Besides, fresh game tasted much better than the ration bars they brought. Meanwhile, Hinata was fetching some firewood and Naruto was setting 2 tents one for the boys and one for the girls. Meanwhile, Kurenai herself was keeping an eye on Tizuna, resisting the urge to pummel him for his drunken advances. Lucky for him, Shinobi trained to deal with difficult clients, whether it's drunks or stuck-up royalty. Kurenai then made a mental note to start Kiba and Hinata's training when they got back. Hinata returned with the firewood and set up a campfire. Soon after, Kiba returned with 2 wild turkeys. Naruto volunteered to make some stew using ingredients he brought with him. Kurenai, Kiba, and Tizuna were hesitant to accept his offer since none of them had ever had his cooking. Hinata, however, vouched for him, so they decided to give him a chance. They weren't disappointed. After 1 spoonful, Kiba dove right in, licking his bowl clean afterwards and asking for more. Akamaru did the same. Naruto complied, and both partners started their second bowl. Wow, Naruto, I am impressed. This is really good. Kurenai complimented. Naruto blushed at her praise. She then turned toward Hinata, leaned in her ear, and whispered, "You picked a good one." Hinata nearly choked on her food once the words left Kurenai's mouth. Her face turned a little pink thinking about what Kurenai meant. Luckily, or in my opinion, unfortunately, Naruto was too busy giving Kiba his 3rd helpings to notice. She sighed in relief, but chastised herself for it. Why am I so nervous about this? Naruto would be lucky to date someone like me. And even if he doesn't feel the same way, there's no way he'd let it affect our friendship, right? I mean, I'm his best friend. Then she remembered how Ino was Sakura's best friend after she defended Sakura from bullies, and yet Sakura herself ended the friendship to per Sasuke. Maybe I should wait and see if he feels the same way. So Naruto, when did you learn to cook? Kiba asked. I say shortly after meeting Hinata. Why? Well, she changed my L life for the be better, Naruto stuttered. I mean, if it weren't for her. Naruto stopped and looked down sadly. Kiba and Kurenai both knew Naruto had a troubled childhood, but Hinata was the only one who knew exactly what he was referring to. Anyway, I was looking for a way to thank her, so I asked Tucci to give me some cooking lessons. Hinata was a little surprised. She never asked when he learned to cook and was flattered that he did it for her. She turned away to hide a blush that brayfly appearing on her face. Why does he have this effect on me? I never blush, and yet I do it so easily around him. You didn't have to do that for me, but thank you, Naruto. You're a good friend. Again, Naruto blushed, only a little bit deeper since the compliment came from Hinata this time. Hey, if being a ninja doesn't work out, I'm sure Tucci would hire in a sec. Kiba said. Then again, he might be worried you'll eat all the ramen. Everyone laughed, except for Tizuna, who kept looking around, worried about something. Sasuke laid awake in bed. Sleep never came easily to him, as memories of his clan would often plague him. He would remember his mother's laughter and one of the few times he saw his father look at him with pride. But the worst memories were of Itachi, the brother he looked up to, the brother he thought loved him, and the brother who betrayed him and the entire clan. He still remembered Itachi's Tsukuyomi, which forced him to watch Itachi kill every single member of his clan over and over. These memories served as a reminder of his goal. They hardened his heart, and they push him to become strong so he can finally avenge the Uchiha and bring about its rebirth stronger than ever. However, on this particular night, he was not thinking about his older brother. No, he was thinking about Hinata, the girl he needed to make the Uchiha stronger than ever. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to win her heart. Damn, I have an army of fangirls, and the one girl who isn't crazy about me is the one I want. And he knew exactly who to blame for that: Naruto Uzumaki. Even if the two were completely oblivious to each other's feelings, Sasuke could see it, and it was only a matter of time before one of them acted on it. If only I knew Naruto's secret. He was fully aware of the looks people gave the blonde, yet he had no idea why. Everyone he asked said the same thing, that they weren't supposed to talk about it by order of the Hokage. And if the Hokage was involved, it must be major. Unfortunately, all efforts to learn said secret ended in failure. Of course, even if I did reveal his dirty little secret to Hinata, that still wouldn't guarantee she'd coming running to me. So how do I ensure her future as an Uchiha? Suddenly, an idea formed inside Sasuke's mind. Of course, that's the answer. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Sasuke closed his eyes and went to sleep. Tomorrow, he would start planning. Naruto woke up with a start. He had another Nine Tails rampage nightmare. This time, though, it started with the image of a red eye with 3 Tomos. Looking to his left, he saw Kiba in his sleeping bag with Akamaru curled up next to him. Turning his right, Tizuna was fast asleep. Unable to go back to sleep, Naruto decided to get some fresh air, so he quietly tiptoed out of the tent. Once outside, he noticed someone else. Hinata was sitting down, leaning back against a tree. Her eyes were locked on the night sky. The light of the full moon shined on her, giving her hair a dark blue tint. She's so beautiful. He just looked at her, enthralled by her beauty. Hinata soon felt his presence. She looked at him, not noticing his daze, and said, "Can't sleep either, huh?" Naruto snapped out of his daze as soon as she spoke and looked down blushing. "Igriga. So, since we're both up, why don't you join me?" Hinata patted the ground to her left, gesturing him to sit there. Naruto nodded and slowly made his way next to her. As he sat down, both resisted the urge to blush, and both failed, turning their heads away for each other. What's wrong with me? It's not like I haven't been this close to him before. So why does this feel different? Hey, hi Hinata. Hinata, out of her train of thought, and looked at him. "Wyryu, up anyway?" I sort of picked up one of Shikamaru's habits. Only instead of cloud watching, I watched the night sky, Hinata answered. "So what about you?" Come on. I told you my reason. It's only fair you give me yours. Why are you up? WL. Naruto tried to come up with a good lie. I just that W wasn't tried. Hinata raised her eyebrow in disbelief. Naruto, I know when you're lying. We have been friends for the past 2 years. Naruto sighed. Should have known it wouldn't work. Okay, the truth is, I had an nightmare and just C couldn't F fall back A asleep. It's in nothing. Don't worry A about it. Hinata could tell he was lying about that last part, but only shook her head and turned her attention to the moon. It's beautiful, isn't it? IF Naruto. Then, without thinking, he added, without a stutter, just like your eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he brought his right hand over his mouth and turned away, his face as red as a tomato. Removing his hand but still looking away, he quickly added, I am meant to that why your eyes are resemble the moon. I didn't mean that they be beautiful. Not that they aren't, I am mean they are, but Hinata couldn't help but giggle as Naruto continued to fumble his words. He's kind of cute when he gets this way. Don't worry, I think I know what you mean. She smiled at him, then set her eyes onto the night sky. However, her thoughts wandered to her childhood, specifically one person. You know, my mother used to say my eyes were like two lavender moons. Naruto just nodded. Hinata's mother Hitomi was a sore subject for her, and Naruto knew it. She died giving birth to Hanabi, and Hinata missed her dearly. If you didn't want to talk about her. No, I admit it makes me feel sad, but it's better than forgetting about her. Anyway, did you know she was a lot like me when she was young? Oh, really? If you thought I was bad, the story she told me made me look like an amateur. Of course, she had a partner to help, but she was kind, helping others who have been bullied or treated badly. In fact, bullies were usually her victims. When she was alive, my dad wasn't as cold. In fact, he acted more like a loving father and husband than a clan head. Hinata remember how Hayashi grew cold when Hitomi died. It got worse when Hisashi died not long afterwards. Losing two of the people he cared most for, Hayashi was never the same. Hinata turned to look at Naruto, who had a sad look on his face. Curious as to why he was sad, she asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" It's nothing," Naruto assured. But Hinata wasn't having any of it. "I told you. I know when you're lying. So tell me, is something the matter?" "Well, I guess. I was just wondering what my mom and dad were like." "Shit," Hinata thought. "I can't believe I forgot. Here I am, missing my mother, who I was lucky enough to spend time with and have memories of, while Naruto never knew his parents, or even who they were. I'm sorry." "Why you have in nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad you have fond memories of your mother. I'm sure someone knows who they were. Why don't we ask someone?" Hinata offered. Naruto shook his head. "I've already asked anyone who would talk to me. Either didn't Kano or W won't tell me." "What about the Hokage? Surely the old man knows something." Again, Naruto shook his head. "He was the first one I asked. He told me IW wasn't ready to Kano." This angered Hinata. She thought I was wrong for the old man to keep something so important as the identity of Naruto's parents a secret. Naruto had every right to know. But before she could voice her opinion, Naruto continued. "The worst thing is, I almost don't want to Kano." "What? How could you not want to know who your parents were?" Hinata was confused. "The way the Hokage said IW was ready to Kano scares me. It makes me think, what if they weren't good people? Or what if IW was an accident they never wanted? What if?" Naruto was on the verge of tears when Hinata shouted, "Stop!" She wasn't too loud as to wake the other or give away their position, but it was loud enough to get the young blonde's attention. She looked him right in the eyes. "Naruto, I don't know why the old man won't tell you anything, but you shouldn't think like that. If you want my guess, I bet your parents loved you very much. In fact, I bet they died to keep you safe. I bet they were still alive. You would have had so many fond memories with them. And I bet they're cheering you on from the other side, just like my mom is cheering me on. Naruto let a small smile appear on his face. Why, you're right, Hinata. Aren't I always? She said with a smug grin. Then two of them just sat there, eyes locked, lavender eyes meeting blue. And slowly, their faces inched forward slowly, the distance between their lips becoming shorter and shorter. Then they realized what they were doing and stopped. Saw the, I know you hate me for this. They both turned red and immediately separated. An awkward silence drifted between the two before Hinata decided to take their minds off it. Why, you know what will be funny? She asked, stuttering a little. W what? If your mom was my mom's best friend. I doubt it, but T that would be C cool. W what was H her name? I don't know, but I remember what her nickname was. Oh, W what was it? The red hot habanero. Naruto chuckled, and the two friends continued to watch the night sky. Shortly afterwards, they fell asleep right there, against that tree, right next to each other. And they both had pleasant dreams. Kurenai woke up and stretched her arms. She looked to her right and found Hinata's sleeping bag empty. Did she wake up before me? Kurenai made her way out of the tent and found Hinata, and she wasn't alone. Naruto and Hinata were asleep, leaning against each other. Oh, they look so cute. Quickly and quietly, Kurenai returned to her tent. Thanking God, she remembered her camera. After taking a few snapshots, she made her way toward the sleeping genin. I've got to show this to Kakashi and Irika. Maybe Anko and Asuma too. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Third wanted a copy. She put away her camera and shook their shoulders. The two genin opened their eyes. Have a good night, Kurenai teased. Hinata and Naruto realized their position and blushed as they stood and separated. Hinata more pink and Naruto full red. Kurenai could barely contain her laughter. I guess I have to keep an eye on you two if you're going to sneak away to sleep with each other. And no, Sensei, that's not. I mean, we didn't. Hinata tried to explain while Naruto turned redder and fainted. Luckily, Kurenai caught him before he hit the ground. Relax, Hinata. I'm only teasing, Kurenai said, laughing. Hinata glared at her sensei for a moment. But seriously, why were you two sleeping out here? Neither of us could sleep, so we talked a bit and then we watched the stars. Hinata answered, her blush disappearing. How romantic. Sensei, Hinata's blush returned. Hey, what's going on out here? Kurenai and Hinata turned to see Kiba exit the other tent, with Akamaru on his head. Why is Naruto out here still asleep? Kurenai remembered the unconscious blonde in her arms and woke him up. Tazuna soon exited the tent. Hey, can we get going soon? I'd like to be home as soon as possible. That bridge won't build itself. He's right. The sooner we leave, the less chance of something happening on our way. Kiba and Hinata both didn't mind the idea of fighting some bandits, but did as they were told, and Team 8 quickly pack up their supplies. Once back on the road, they used the same formation as yesterday. Hinata and Naruto, however, were both distracted by what almost happened last night. Did we almost kiss? And did he wanna, or did he not know what was going on? Why does it have to feel so complex? Naruto was thinking something similar. I almost kissed Hinata. I can't believe I almost kissed Hinata. And she didn't look completely against it. Or did she not know? What should I do? As they walked along the road, they passed a puddle. Once Kurenai passed by it, two men popped out of the puddle. Both had forehead protectors with the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village, dark brown hair, dark eyes, and a rebreather covering the lower part of their faces. One of them had a black cloak, a single large horn in the middle of his protector, and a gauntlet on his right arm. The other one wore a brown camouflage suit, two small horns, each on the edges of his protector, and a gauntlet on his left arm. The two gauntlets were connected by a chain with razors, which was wrapped around Kurenai. The two assailants pulled on the chain, ripping Kurenai to shreds. Ah, she wasn't so tough. All right, Meizu, let kill our target, said the man in the cloak. With pleasure, Gozu, Meizu replied. And the two rushed after Tazuna. Tazuna grabbed Naruto and placed him in front of him. Don't just stand there. Do something. Save me. But Naruto didn't move. He stood, frozen as images of his past flooded his mind. Memories of the villagers chasing and beating him made Naruto feel as helpless as he did back then. Gozu and Meizu closed in for the kill, inches away from Naruto and Tazuna, gauntlets dripping with poison and sharp claws ready to slice. Suddenly, Hinata threw a shuriken at them. The shuriken hit the middle of the chain and pinned it to a nearby tree, stopping the duo's attack. Kiba threw a kunai to help keep it in place. Damn brats! Meizu shouted. The two looked at each other, then disconnected the chains and separated. Gozu went after Tazuna and Naruto while Maiza attacked Kiba and Hinata. Their speed caught both groups off guard. Gozu quickly slashed Naruto's throat, then stabbed Tazuna's heart with his gauntlet. Meanwhile, Maiza cut Kiba's chest and slashed Hinata's back. Mission accomplished. Now that the old man is dead, we can. What the? Gozu stopped and looked at the bodies, which turned into pink flower petals. A Jinjutsu? When did? Tunneling Fong. Kiba rammed into Maiza in a drill-like attack, throwing him back into a tree. Brother. All right, now you've asked for it. Gozu prepared to strike Kiba when he heard a voice behind him. You're my range. He turned to see Hinata, Byakugan activated and in the gentle fist stance. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata struck 32 times, each attack closing one of his chakra points. When she finished, Gozu laid on the ground, unable to move. Maiza started to recover from Kiba's attack and saw his brother on the ground. You brats are going to die right here, right now. He rushed at Hinata, only to receive a strong punch to his stomache by Kurenai. What? But we killed him. Maiza fell unconscious and dropped to the ground. At the sight of Kurenai's remains was a bunch of splintered wood. Kurenai grabbed the two and tied them to a tree, placing them in a Jinjutsu to keep them docile. So these are the infamous demon brothers? I'm not impressed. I mean, a puddle in the path when it hasn't rained in days? It was much too oblivious. Well, I guess most of you are of use, Tazuna said, emphasizing the word most and glaring at Naruto. The boy could only look down, ashamed at his weakness. Kurenai marched over to the drunk, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and pinned him against a tree. Hey, what are you? Now you listen to me, Kurenai roared. You're going to tell me why two rogue ninja would be after you. I don't. Bullshit. You didn't seem surprised that they were targeting you. And this whole trip, when you thought no one was looking, you'd look around like you were expecting something like this to happen. Now tell me the truth. Tazuna gulped and told them the whole story. He told the team about Gato and how he used his wealth and influence to take over the land of Wave's transport and shipping. Since it was an island country, this gave Gato complete control over the government, finances, and the lives of its people, using an army of mercenaries to enforce his rule. His sad story, however, did nothing to suppress Kurenai anger. So let me get this straight. You hired children to deal with an infamous crime lord with the money and connections to hire dangerous missing Neen? This is not what would be classified as a C rank mission, but an A rank or at the very least a B rank. So you not only knowingly put my students in a situation they aren't ready for, but also cheated the Hidden Leaf Village. I'm sorry. The land of waves has been poor ever since Gato took over. We didn't have enough money to afford to pay for an A-rank mission. And it never occurred to you to negotiate a payment plan with the Hokage? The fact that you think our village would turn down your request for help because you didn't have the money at the moment is an insult. Come on, kids. We're heading back. But you can't. Tazuna argued. You lied to us and paid for a C-rank mission knowing full well this would be A rank. We are under no obligation to complete this mission, Kurenai countered. Wait, Sensei. I think we should finish the mission, Hinata shouted. This was her first real mission as well as her first time outside of the Hidden Leaf Village. There was no way she was going to let something let this ruin it. Hinata, Kurenai started. Hinata's right. We can take whatever this Gato guy throws at us. I mean, we easily took these guys down. Kurenai was about to argue that Gato may have more powerful shinobi on his payroll when Naruto decided voice his opinion. Besides, we can't let those people suffer. We should help them. Tazuna decided to take advantage of the situation. Oh, please, think of my people, my family. My daughter and grandson would be devastated if Gato were to kill me, he said overdramatically. Kurenai sighed. She could tell by the looks on her pupils' faces that they weren't going to budge. All right, Fine. But I want all of you to stay close to me and do as you're told. No questions. Is that clear? Yes, Sensei, all three Genin said. Tazuna looked over his shoulder when no one was looking, smiled, and held up a peace sign, thinking I win. Oh, and Tazuna, Kurenai called out before turning to face the bridge builder. Once this is over, I'm not only expecting payment for a C-rank mission, but also for you to discuss a payment plan for an A-rank mission with the Hokage at some point. This is non-negotiable. Consider it your punishment. With that, she began writing a message to the Hokage. Tazuna sighed heavily. Spoke too soon. Still, I suppose I'm getting off easy, considering I've brought children into this. I just hope they're as strong as they think. Enter. Team 7 entered the Hokage's office. They just finished another dull D-rank mission. This time they were washing dishes at Ichiraku. Strangely enough, Shino had an easier time than his teammates. Kekeshi, I was just about to have someone get you. This saves time, especially since you'd most likely arrive 2 hours late. I have a mission for you alone. Pardon me, Lord Third, but I'm busy with my team. Surely there are other Jonin capable of completing this mission. We will discuss that. Here is your payment. The rest of you are dismissed. The Genin of Team 7 bowed a little before exiting. Once the door closed, Hiruzen explained, Teammate has run into some unexpected complications. It seems the client withheld some information in order to reduce the mission rank. I see. Now I know why you wanted to go. Yes, you're the only available Jonin I can trust on a mission with Naruto. Most of our Jonin still resent Naruto because of the fox spirit he carries, and I fear if I send one of the other available Jonin, he might have an accident. Here is the message Kurenai sent. I've already sent Shinobi to retrieve the ninjas they managed to capture and tie up. You should be able to catch up with them quickly at your top speed in the Land of Waves. Dismissed. Kakashi exited and found his team waiting outside. Well, it looks like I'll be gone for a while. Now, just because I'm away doesn't mean you can slack off on your training. I want you all to go to the library and grab a scroll for the tree climbing Exeres. I expect to return to a team that can walk up trees using only chakra. Yes, Sensei, Sakura, and Shino said. Sasuke just nodded in agreement. Good, was all he said before he disappeared. Sasuke, you want to head to the library with me? Sakura asked. I believe Kakashi-sensei intended for all of you to go together, Shino said. Sakura shot him a glare telling him to shut up. I'm busy, was all Sasuke said before leaving them, making his way to the Hyuga complex. Kurenai and her team walked through a forest in the Land of Waves along a path in a diamond formation with Tazuna in the middle. Kurenai covered the rear with Hinata up front. Kiba covered the right flank and Naruto the left. We need to be careful. The next ninja Gato sent won't be Chunin, but at least Jonin level, and though unlikely, Gato might send too. He does have the money to afford it. There! Kiba shouted as he threw a kunai into the bushes, causing nearly giving the old drunk a heart attack. After hearing a thud, the group decided to check it out, only to find the kunai lodged into a tree with a frightened white rabbit just below it. Nice work, Kiba. You saved us from a rabbit. Hinata sarcastically remarked. That's odd. Could have sworn I sensed a person. Kiba said. All this fuss over a rodent. Tazuna questioned. Naruto walked up the small rabbit and picked him up. It's okay, Mr. Bunny. We won't hurt you. His voice was soothing as he hugged the rabbit gently. Exactly the opposite of how the feudal lord's wife hugged her cat Tora. As the rabbit relaxed in his grip, Hinata looked with growing affection for her crush and a little jealousy at the rabbit in his embrace. Tazuna, meanwhile, made a gagging noise. You should see him in my place. The pups love him. Kiba remarked, Akamaru barking in agreement before sniffing the air. Kurenai watched as Naruto fed the white rabbit a carrot, but her thoughts were not on the cute scene in front of her. That's a snow rabbit, but why is its fur white? That's only in the winter when there's little sunlight. He must have been raised in captivity to be used as a substitution, which means our enemies are already here. Everyone duck now. All of them did as told as a large blade passed above them. The blade embedded itself into a tree, and a shirtless man with bandages covering his lower face appeared on the hilt. He had the same emblem on his forehead protector as the demon brother, only his didn't have any horns on it. Well, well, well. So these are the ninja who beat the demon brothers. Of course, since you have the Jinjutsu mistress Kurenai Yuhi, I'm not all that surprised. W, who are you? Naruto asked in a shaky voice. The man smiled menacingly, amused by the fear in Naruto's voice. He seemed to disappear. Before the genin could react, he appeared behind the blonde, leaned into his ear, and said, I am Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Hayashi was quite surprised to hear that Sasuke Uchiha had requested an audience with him. He considered turning the boy down, since the Uchiha and Hyuga had a rivalry before the massacre. However, he decided that now that the Uchiha was down to 2 members, one of which was a Rouge ninja, there was no point in continuing the feud. And Hayashi was curious as to what the last Uchiha wanted with the head of the Hyuga. A branch family member knock on head office door. Enter Lord Hayashi. Sasuke Uchiha is here. Hayashi dismissed the servant and motioned Sasuke to take a seat. Sasuke bowed before doing so, knowing better than to act disrespectfully to the head of the Hyuga clan. I do not wish to take up too much of your time, Lord Hayashi, so allow me to get straight to the point, Sasuke said. Please do. I'm curious as to what it is you seek to gain, Hayashi responded in his emotionless voice. I wish to ask for you daughter's hand in marriage. Hinata. And oh, no, 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 no. I refuse to marry anyone other than Naruto, especially Sasuke. Alpha, for someone who's usually quiet, you could be pretty loud. Sakura enters. Sakura, no. I refuse to let anyone other than me marry Sasuke. Alpha, calm down, you two. You don't even know if Hayashi actually agrees. Hayashi, yes, please Hinata. I'm sure I'll reject Sasuke's proposal, right? I don't want to be a bad guy any more than I already am. Alpha, Hayashi, I've read stories where you were a lot worse. A lot worse. Ones where you would kill Naruto or even your own daughter without a second thought. I remember one where you practically gave Naruto over to some. Hayashi, you haven't answered my question. Alpha, I'll answer in the form of Chapter 7. So wait until then. Hinata, you better fix this. Alpha, why yes, ma'am. For once, Hinata scares me, even more than Sakura. Naruto enters. Naruto, hey, why'd you stop the kiss? I mean, if we both wanted it, why didn't we follow through? Alpha, the two of you only noticed the act, not the fact that both of you wanted to. Naruto, well, why haven't we noticed each other's feelings? Alpha, I'm pretty sure I've heard of a law or something about how the object of one's affection is oblivious to said desires, even when the feeling is mutual. Basically, unless the person does something like confessing her feelings or kissing, not almost kissing, the other person is ignorant of the affection. Naruto, that's stupid. Alpha, you didn't notice Hinata's feelings until long into your series. Sakura, even though it was obvious the rest of us. Naruto, touche. Alpha, in fact, I'm pissed that you two haven't gotten together yet. Remember, I'm watching the anime dubbed, so I'm only on episode 322, but I ran about that in my head later. Sakura, certainly would have saved me a lot of time. Naruto, and me headaches. Sakura, what was that? Naruto, nothing. Hinata, I guess I should have confessed sooner. Alpha, I don't blame you, Hinata. Even I get nervous when I think about asking out the women I crush on, even though I'm smart, good-looking, strong, nice. Naruto, and has a bit of an egomaniac. Alpha, no I'm not. Anyway, I'm surprised you didn't comment on the proposal. Naruto, what proposal? Alpha, you didn't read the end of the chapter? Or hear Sakura and Hinata yelling. Naruto, Hinata yelled. And no, but I was about to. Alpha, well, I better get going. Leaves quickly as Naruto reads the end. Naruto, what? Get back here, you, and fix this. Runs after Alpha. Chapter 7, not gonna run away. I wish to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Hayashi's face remained stoic as ever. But on the inside, he was quite surprised. In fact, this was the last thing he expected. I was unaware of such a close relationship, you and my daughter. His voice remained emotionless, hiding his shock as well as any desire to either accept or decline. Okay, here comes the hard part. Sasuke thought. Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure as of yet. However, I believe such a union would be favorable to both our clans. Really? Please explain. The feud between our clans has gone on for generations. However, fate has given us a chance to fix that. Despite how atrocious the actions of Itachi in murdering the entire Uchiha clan. Sasuke stopped in order to maintain his composure as he thought back to that night. Hayashi saw the anger in the boy and could not fault him for it. After all, the Hyuga had still felt the pain of losing his wife and twin brother. Sasuke lost his entire family, and at the hands of his own brother. Sasuke took another moment to suppress his hate as he continued. As I was saying, Itachi's crimes have given me the chance to fix the Uchiha clan's mistakes, specifically with the Hyuga. Oh, and what mistake would that be? Swallowing his pride, Sasuke replied, we Uchiha considered ourselves superior to your clan because of our Sharingan. Unlike my ancestors, however, I am not blind to the power of the Byakugan. In fact, I'd say it rivals that of the Sharingan. If our two clans had cooperated, I dare say we'd be more feared than the Ino Shikicho. Once again, the last Uchiha managed to shock Hayashi. Never in his wildest dream did he ever think he'd hear an Uchiha acknowledge another Kekkei Genkei, especially the Byakugan. And he could not argue that the combined strength of both the Uchiha and the Hyuga would be unmatched and held some appeal to him. I don't see any deception in him. Could he be serious? Of course Sasuke wasn't. It made him sick to his stomachy, saying the Hyuga and their Byakugan were on par with the Uchiha and their Sharingan. Sure, he thought the Byakugan had its uses, otherwise he wouldn't bother with trying to get Hinata. However, there's no way their eyes could ever match the power of the Uchiha. But he needed to convince the Hyuga that he thought otherwise, and once the Uchiha were reborn and stronger than ever, he'd cut ties with the Hyuga. Luckily, Sasuke was an expert at keeping a straight face, except when the subject of his brother came up. He gave no sign of his deception. And I'm sure people would love to hear how the Hyuga helped restore a near-extinct clan like the Uchiha. Sasuke added, hoping to play on the Hyuga clan's vanity. I'm guessing there's more to this than building close bonds between our two clans. Hayashi said, while he believed Sasuke's words, he thought there was more to this. Sasuke was hesitant to answer, wanting to keep his theory a secret. However, Hayashi's uneasy gaze made him spill the beans. I admit, I have a theory. It's possible that the child of a Hyuga and an Uchiha may result in a new Kekkei Genkai, one that combines the power of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. And if not, Hayashi was also curious whether such a thing was possible. However, there was always a chance that the offspring of such a union would only carry one clan's eyes. If they possess the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan would be given all rights on the child. Of Kaos, if a child inherited the Sharingan, all rights go to the Uchiha. And if your theory proves right, then the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would both possess possibly the most powerful bloodline. Just to be clear, I don't intend to use your daughter merely to prove my theory. I truly possess feelings for your daughter. Hayashi thought about this for a good while. The Uchiha boy showed no signs of deception in his eyes, and he did make some valid point. Helping the Uchiha would increase the Hyuga clan's popularity around the village and perhaps attract some powerful allies. Plus, Sasuke was held in high opinion in the village, and it would keep Hinata away from Naruto. As clan head, he'd be foolish to turn the boy down. However, Sasuke Uchiha, while you do make many good points, I must decline your proposal. While I have no reason to doubt you, I'm afraid that my daughter does not share your feelings. Should this change and she agrees to such a union, I believe I would approve. As good as this sounds, I am a father. I cannot decide who my daughter marries, though I have no intention of letting her stay with Uzumaki. So while I won't marry her off, I may have to take drastic measures. I understand. Thank you for your time. The last Uchiha bowed and left. Inside, Sasuke was furious. Damn it, I thought that would work. I'll figure some else out later. I've wasted enough time. I need to focus on getting stronger so I can kill Itachi. Zabuza moved away from the young Uzumaki when Kurenai threw a kunai at him. As the rogue ninja moved to retrieve his sword, Kurenai yelled to her team, Team 8, Manji formation. Protect the bridge builder. I'll deal with Zabuza. As the team moved into formation, Kiba tried to argue. Sensei, let us help. No, this guy is nothing like those other two, Kurenai answered as Zabuza pulled his sword out of the tree. He was a member of the Mist ANBU and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. You forgot a master of the silent killing, Zabuza added. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. The mist rolled in and thickened until he was completely out of sight. Where'd he go? Naruto said nervously. Naruto's question was answered when Zabuza appeared behind Izuna, his large sword ready to end his life when a kunai was thrown by Kurenai and hit the swordsman right between the eyes. However, instead of blood, water flowed out of the wound. When the rest of the body turned liquid, Kurenai realized it was a water clone and turned around just in time to see Zabuza swing his sword horizontally. Kurenai bent back to avoid being sliced in half by the large blade and kick up at the Mist Ninja's chin. As the swordsman reeled back from the impact, Kurenai started the hand signs for a Jinjutsu, but Zabuza recovered was on her before she could complete them, swinging his sword. He won't give me time to perform a Jinjutsu, so I'll have to use a quick ninjutsu. Flipping back to get some space, she once again started another series of hand signs, shorter than the last. Finishing before Zabuza could stop her, she unleashed the jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kurenai launched a barrage of small fireballs at her opponent. Zabuza managed to dodge most of them. The last on he blocked with his sword before retreating into the mist. The Leaf Jonin let out a wave of chakra from her body in order to move the mist and found Zabuza on her right, swinging his sword diagonally from his left. Kurenai dodged by leaping back, but Zabuza realized his blade and sent a punch at Kurenai's gut. She twisted around the punch and sent a right hook at his head. Zabuza caught it and kicked Kurenai into a lake. As she broke through the surface, she noticed the water was unusually heavy. Zabuza moved quickly on top of the water and behind Kurenai. I have you now. Water prison jutsu. A second later, Kurenai was trapped in a sphere of water. She tried to move, but couldn't. This prison may be made of water, but it's harder than steel, Zabuza explained. You won't be able to move at all. Kurenai's eyes widened as she realized she was at the mercy of her enemy. Damn it, I underestimated him, and after what I said about him. Now, to deal with the bridge builder. Water clone jutsu. Water rose up and took the form of Zabuza. When the real Zabuza saw the surprised looks on the young Jinin, he said, "Oomph, you think you're real ninja just because of your headbands, because you passed some class? True ninja are the ones who've stood at death's door so many times it's like a second home. The ones who've killed so many times it doesn't even faze them. To call a bunch of upstarts like you ninja is a joke. Take Tizuna and run." Kurenai shouted. He needs to remain in contact with the sphere to keep me trapped, and water clones can only be a short distance away from the original. You can get away from him. The three Jinin looked at their sensei, then at their opponent. Kiba and Hinata nodded at each other, and Kiba said, "No." "What?" "I'm giving you a direct order. He's too strong for the three of you." "You're right, sensei. We're no match for him alone," Hinata said, "which is why we have to fight him now. Even if we got away, if he managed to beat you, he'd find us and kill us. So me and Kiba are going to save you." She turned to her blonde friend. "Naruto, you take Tizuna away from here so Zabuza doesn't target him during the fight." Naruto nodded slowly, then took Tizuna away into the forest. The water clone made no effort to stop them. "Well, I guess you two are my opponents now," the clone said. He pointed at Hinata. "By your eyes, I'm guessing you're a Hyuga. Too bad your life ends here. I would have loved to fight you when you're older, when you're a challenge." He turned his attention to Kiba. "And the marks on your face and the mutt by you side tell me you're from the Inuzuka clan. I don't know who that blonde kid was, but I'll be sure to get acquainted with him soon enough. Be a Kugan." Hinata activated her bloodline, the veins around her eyes bulging. She dropped into her clan's gentle fist stance. "You ready, Akamaru?" When Akamaru barked in agreement, Kiba pulled out 2 food pills and tossed one to his partner. Once Akamaru swallowed the pill, his fur turned red. Kiba ate the other and performed one of his clan's techniques. Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Kiba's body underwent a minor alteration. His nails turned to claws, his teeth resembled that of a canine, and his eyes grew wild, his pupils slitted. As he positioned himself on all fours, Akamaru jumped on his back, and Kiba performed another jutsu. Man, beast clone. In a puff of smoke, In Akamaru's place was another Kiba in the same canine-like state. Kurenai continued to shout, hoping to get through to her two most stubborn students as well as the Neen dog, but to no avail. And as the three combatants charged at Zabuza, she could only pray that they survive this encounter. Naruto took Tizuna only a short distance away before looking back. His friends were risking their lives while he was running. True, he had been told to get the bridge builder out of there, but Naruto still felt like he was running away. A part of him wanted to run back, to protect his precious people and fight with them. But Naruto was afraid, terrified of the missing Nin. Zabuza was joining level and a former ANBU, with years of experience and training. Naruto was a genin who barely passed the graduation test, had only about 2 to 3 years of real training, since no one helped him prior to meeting Hinata, and never won in his spars with Kiba, Hinata, and Choji. This was his first real mission, and in his first fight as a ninja, he froze in fear. Would this time be any different? Would he just be a burden and get his friends killed? Or himself? I don't want to die. Not anymore. But I have to go back. I can't keep running away, relying on others protect me. Naruto reached up and touched his forehead protector given to him by Irika. He traced the leaf symbol. I'm a shinobi of the hidden leaf. I can't be afraid anymore. Naruto stopped, and Tizuna gave the boy a confused look. Before he could inquire why he stopped, Naruto spoke, doing his best not to stutter. Tizuna, please hide H here. He pointed to the thick bushes on his left. I'm sorry to leave you, but before he could finish, the old bridge builder raised his hand. I understand. You friends are in trouble, and it's my fault. If I hadn't hid important facts when I asked for help, none of them would be in danger. While I do wish you'd take me home now, I won't be a burden any longer. Just make sure you save your sensei and come back alive. I still need protection, and I'm not ready to die yet. Naruto was surprised but thanked him and left to return to his team, leaving behind 2 shadow clones just in case. He arrived at the edge of the clearing and spotted his friends. It did not look good. Both Kiba and Hinata were panting. Kiba had a cut on his left cheek, just over his face mark. Hinata seemed to have fared better, having no cuts. However, she was holding her stomachache, telling Naruto she suffered a strong hit in the gut. Akamaru was on the ground, once again in his puppy form. He was covered in water and unconscious, but otherwise all right. If that's all you got, then you've wasted my time, the real Zabuza said, still positioned behind Kurenai to keep her in his jutsu. Once again, Naruto froze as images of the villagers entered his mind once again. He was almost gave in to his fear. No, not again. I won't be weak. Shaking his head in order to clear to the memories, his hand slipped into his pouch. Zabuza watched as his clone got ready to deal with the 2 genin once again. Their dog was taken out when he attacked from above and was washed away into a tree when the clone jumped back to avoid Kiba and Hinata's attack and launched a water jutsu from his mouth. And though eventually they managed to hit and dispel his clone, he simply made another before either 2 could recover. Zabuza was so focused on the 2, he didn't notice the shuriken until it cut his right cheek. He was surprised to find his blood when he felt that area. And from the look on Kurenai's face, so was she. What? How? Those 2 brats were too busy with my clone to attack me directly. and I've been watching them the whole time." He looked at his prisoner, and she's still trapped. "So who?" Zabuza looked around until he spotted an orange spot at the edge of the clearing. Naruto sighed. His aim was off, so he only scratched his cheek. "Have to remember to practice more. No point in hiding anymore. I know where you are." "What kind of ninja wears such bright clothing?" Zabuza shouted. Naruto gasped. He felt the urge to run away, but instead revealed himself and approached his teammates. Finally grew a spine. Naruto ignored this. Right now, the voice in his head was not what he needed to worry about. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Why aren't you with Tazuna?" Kurenai screamed. It was bad enough Kiba and Hinata refused to flee, but now Naruto was sticking his neck out. "Ichi's safe, and he's not alone," Naruto answered, surprising Zabuza. He figured he'd make it seem like they had more allies. Besides, since Zabuza didn't know what he could do, he could still surprise. "Not that I'm unhappy to have your help, but you shouldn't have come back." Hinata was worried. They weren't doing too well, with Akamaru unconscious and both Kiba and herself getting their butts kicked. They needed a plan, or it was only a matter of time until one of them was seriously injured or worse. And Hinata couldn't live with herself if something happened to the boy she grew to care for. However, luck was on their side at the moment. "I have a plan." Leaning close, he whispered the details. Zabuza waited patiently. He figured since they were mere genin, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. And while he was curious as to who else was guarding the old man, he doubted whoever she, or there will be too much trouble. "Ready." Naruto's teammates nodded. "Multi-shadow, clone jutsu." Lots of smoke puffed and lingered for about 5 seconds, and roughly 100 Narutos stood in front of the clone. "So, you know how to make shadow clones, and quite a great many at that. I'll admit, that's impressive for a genin," the clone Zabuza remarked as the army charged. "But it's not enough." Despite the advantage of number, the Naruto clones were no match for Zabuza's water clone. He managed to dodge and counter each blow, and sometimes would take out a number of them with his sword. Their numbers decreased dramatically. Kiba used his tunneling Fong, but the clone dodged, and Kiba ended up hitting 3 Narutos before Zabuza elbowed the back of his head. However, though most of the clones attacked the fake, about 20 of them charged at the real Zabuza, using numbers to get by my clone. Not bad, kid. However, since Naruto had yet to learn the water walking technique, they had to jump at Zabuza. Using a kunai, the Zabuza managed to deflect incoming projectiles and hold off the clone while keeping his left hand in the water sphere. One Naruto was launched high in the air and came down on Zabuza's kunai with his own, while a second Naruto launched a third Naruto at him. Because he was busy blocking the first Naruto, Zabuza considered taking the blow. However, when he saw the third Naruto pull his left arm back, his eyes widened. So that's their game. No choice. Have to dodge. Zabuza pulled his arm out from his jutsu and dodged as Naruto thrusted his palm forward and managed to land a glancing blow to the side before landing in the water with the other Naruto. But instead of 2 Narutos surfacing, it was Naruto and Hinata. So, the Hyuga girl used the transformation when the smoke was up and hid among the clones, then waited for an opening to strike. Clever. My fault for letting my guard down. Zabuza thought as he held his side. The moment Kurenai was released, she had two kunai in hand. The one in her left she threw at the water clone as it slashed through the last of the shadow clones. The kunai struck true at the back of the head. Still bothered by the damage to his side, Zabuza just barely managed to parry Kurenai's attempt to stab him. He countered, but Kurenai twisted around him and swiped at the back of his neck. The missed shinobi jumped forward and turned toward her. It's still not enough. Without your Jinjutsu, you're nothing. And there's no way I'm letting you put me in one. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. A large liquid vortex was formed and water was shot out and hit the leaf jonin. Everything in its path was devastated, leaving trees either torn or uprooted. The jutsu created large ripples in the lake. Naruto and Hinata had to struggle keep their heads above water. When the jutsu ended and the water receded back into the lake, there was no sign of Kurenai. The two genin managed to swim back to land and rejoin their comrade, but then they noticed Zabuza walking towards them. Well, that takes care of that, he said. Now, shortly after his feet hit the ground, Zabuza felt the ground below him shift and morph. An earth-style jutsu. A tree sprouted from the ground behind him, its branches wrapped around him. He struggled, but to no avail when Kurenai came halfway out of the tree and stabbed his shoulders. No, a Jinjutsu. But when you jump away, I drop my kunai, perform the hand signs. The moment you look back at me, you were caught in my Jinjutsu. She pulled out another kunai. That's twice you've underestimated your opponent. Your fate is sealed, demon. She positioned her weapon to stab him in the neck. When two Senbon stabbed him in the neck, the Jinjutsu broken, Zabuza's body fell to the ground. Indeed, his fate was sealed the moment he went rouge. The four-leaf Nin turned to look at the newcomer standing on a branch, surprise evident on their faces. I must thank you, Leaf Shinobi. I've been tracking him down for a long time now, but if it weren't for you, I never would have gotten the opening I needed to finish the job. Kurenai studied the newcomer. Judging by your mask, I'd say you're a tracking ninja. Yes, I'm an elite member of the tracking unit, and my job was to eliminate Zabuza Momochi. Again, you have my thanks. The newcomer jumped down and approached Zabuza's body, slinging it over his shoulders. I will dispose of the corpse. Farewell. And then he disappeared. Kiba ran over to where Akamaru was. Akamaru, buddy, come on, speak to me, he shouted as he held his best friend. The little puppy stirred and barked. Is he okay? Naruto asked. Kiba did a quick examination. He wasn't a vet like his sister, but from the looks of things, Akamaru didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yeah, he's fine. Probably the shock knocked him out, but there are no signs of any serious or permanent damage. Good. Hinata turned to the blonde. Nice plan, by the way. And I can't believe you made so many clones. That must take a lot of chakra. Naruto blushed at her acknowledgement. T, thanks, but a W is nothing. Why, you were the one T that managed to land a B blow on him. And I see could tell it did some D damage. Yeah, I'm great, aren't I? Hinata smiled and rubbed the back of her head with her right hand. But don't sell yourself short. I had an opening because of you. So start giving yourself some credit. I swear sometimes you're just too modest. Thanks. That's a nice to hear, you know. Hey, what about me? Kiba whined. I took out the clone, remember? You mean the 3 Naruto clones? What? No. And that wasn't my fault. I was taking about the first water clone we fought. I clawed at his back. Ringing any bells? Hinata pretended to think about it. Nope. No bells ringing here. Oh, come on. Hinata just laughed, and Naruto couldn't help but snicker. Kurenai was catching her breath. The fight took more out of her than she realized. She approached her team and spoke. All right, you 3, enough chattering. Naruto, where did you leave Tizuna? Naruto pointed to where he had left previously. I in some bushes over that way. He's in not alone. I left 2 clones with him. Good. Kurenai took a look at Hinata and Naruto and noticed how wet they were. Take off your jackets. They're soaking wet and you'll catch a cold wearing them. Naruto immediately took his jacket off, revealing a light orange t-shirt with a kanji for fire in red. Hinata, however, was hesitant to remove her large cream-colored jacket. Don't worry about me, sensei. I'll be fine. Hinata, we don't know what else Gato may throw at us. We can't afford to take risk. Hinata sighed and did as she was told. She was wearing a plain black shirt that didn't show off that much, but did show she matured better than others her age. Naruto blushed a bit and looked away to avoid staring. Kiba couldn't help but let out a wolf whistle. The 2 females rolled their eyes. Every single time, Hinata thought, this is why I wear that large jacket. Kiba leaned toward Naruto and whispered, if you don't ask her out soon, I will. Naruto was about to reaction when a noise came from the branch behind them. They turned around to see the one-eyed Jonin from the leaf. Kakashi looked at the state of Team 8, then at the damage to the landscape. Did I miss something? Naruto. Late as usual, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. Well, from what I read, you guys handled yourselves quite well. Hinata. Yes. Father said no. Hayashi. Thank God. Alpha. Yep. You're still free to date Naruto. Of course, I doubt an arranged marriage would stop you. Sasuke. Wait, if you're going to make him say no, why add it? Alpha. I may hate the idea of Sasahina. No offense to those that are a fan, but I personally can't stand the idea. But I do like the idea of you hitting on Hinata, just that you never get her. I mean, Hinata was the only girl in your class who wasn't crazy about you. She is a cool Kekiai Genkai, is a nice girl, and is pretty cute. Hinata. Oh, thank you. Naruto. Hey, don't hit on her. Alpha. I'm not hitting on her. Just complimenting. Naruto. Whatever. I'm keeping my eye on you. Kakashi. So what about me? Alpha, what about you? Kakashi. Do I get girl? Alpha. Maybe, maybe not. Kakashi. That didn't tell me anything. Naruto. Guess the shoe is on the other foot. Kakashi, huh? Alpha. Anyway, have to get writing. Chapter 8, The Story of a Hero. After picking up Tizuna from his hiding place, Team 8 along with Kakashi Hatake journeyed to the old bridge builder's home. It wasn't long before Naruto felt something brush his leg. He nearly jumped, but when he looked down, he saw it was the snow rabbit from earlier. Oh, it's you again, Mr. Bunny. Kakashi looked at Kurenai and raised his eyebrow. Mr. Bunny? Kurenai giggled and replied, an animal Zabuza used as a substitution. You should have seen the way Naruto acted with him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was obviously not a wild rabbit because of his fur color, I would have taken a picture. Speaking of which, I have one I've just got to show you. It looks like he's taken a real liking for you. You gonna keep him? Kiba asked. Naruto didn't know what to do. On one hand, it'd be nice to have some company at home. It got kind of lonely in his apartment. However, he was worried the villagers might try to make stew out of his furry friend. I don't think. Come on, look how cute he is. Hinata picked him up and held him in front of Naruto. Besides, I don't think he'll leave you alone if he's followed you this far. Well, guess maybe I see could keep him. That's the spirit. I'll even come over and help. Naruto warmed up even more to the idea of keeping the rabbit, especially since it meant spending even more time with the girl of his dreams. Though we'll need a better name than Mr. Bunny. And we should make sure he is a Mr., Kiba added. Naruto and Hinata realized they never did check the rabbit's gender, and neither were eager to. Well, how about Yuki? It's you used for both genders, Naruto offered. I like it. Yuki. That's what we'll call you, little guy. Or girl. She then handed little Yuki, which means snow and happiness, by the way, over to Naruto. You check. W what? WY me. Your rabbit, your job. But I don't want to check. A and US said you'd help. So you check. The two argued for a few minutes before Kiba rolled his eyes. Bunch of babies. I'll check. The two looked at him. What? I help my mom and sis whenever we have a new litter. The two shrugged and handed Yuki over to the Inuzuka. After his brief inspection, Kiba handed it over to Naruto. Congratulations, it's a boy. Are you three done? We still have a ways to go before arrive at my village. I have a bridge to build, remember? A madman to foil. Tazuna was annoyed by all the distractions. The longer it took, the more his people suffered. He's right, you know, Kakashi told Kurenai, especially if your suspicions prove to be true. What suspicion, Sensei? Hinata asked. Remember that tracker Nin from earlier? Her team nodded. Well, I suspected he was working with Zabuza. Everyone's eyes widened except Kakashi. But Sensei, that guy K killed him. We all saw it ourselves. You even checked yourself. And I'm sure you would have seen through it if it was a Jinjutsu, Naruto argued. You're right, it wasn't a Jinjutsu, or I would have noticed. However, Tracker Nin deal with the body on the spot. Instead, he took him away. But he struck him in the neck. And like Naruto said, you checked Zabuza's body yourself. He was dead. Hinata said, a little afraid. She did not like the idea of facing Zabuza again. Yes, I thought about that. Remember the weapons he used? You mean those needle? Kiba asked. Yes. Now it was Kakashi who spoke. Senbon are able to pierce deeply, but unless you hit a vital point, it wouldn't kill you. In the hands of one with both accuracy and knowledge of the human body, simulating the death of someone would be simple. So, Kurenai, are you absolutely sure Zabuza is still alive? Considering the boy carried the body away despite it being almost too heavy for him, as well as the use of precision weapons with low fatality rates. Well, if I'm wrong, I'll buy Anko Dangos for a year. Her students looked confused, so she explained. My friend Anko and Dangos are like Naruto and ramen. Their eyes widened when they realized just serious she had to be to bet that. Tazuna still didn't get it, but decided to take the looks on the others' faces that she had no doubts. As so what now? He stuttered and turned to Kurenai. I mean, you almost lost against him. Don't worry, Kakashi said with a smile that was barely visible under his mask. With 2 Jonin on the job, I doubt you have much to worry about. Besides, my students have proven themselves to be quite good, even if they fail to follow orders. Kiba and Hinata ignore that last part, but seem to bother Naruto. Well, I guess you're right. My house is not far from here. Let's go. The trio continued to walk forward, but Naruto seemed down and hung back. Kakashi noticed this and slowed down. Speaking quietly, Kakashi asked, "You all right?" Naruto kept his head down, but replied, I think Kurenai-sensei is you upset with us for disobeying her. Understandable. She is the ranking officer of your team, and you 3 did disobey a direct order. But we couldn't leave her. She's our sensei and friend. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, let me tell something very important. In this shinobi world, those that break the rules are scum. Naruto hung his head lower. However, he turned to hear this. Those that abandon their friends and comrades are worse than scum. And with that, Kakashi rejoined Kurenai up front, leaving Naruto to dwell on those words. So what was that about? Kurenai questioned. He was feeling a little guilty from that comment about them disobeying orders. You might want to talk with him more about that. That was mostly aimed at my other students. So what did you say to him? Oh, I just spread the wisdom of an old friend. Kurenai smiled, as she knew exactly what he meant. By the way, you can't be serious. About what? Kurenai asked, confused. There's just no way Naruto's ramen addiction can compare to Anko Dango problem. Kurenai laughed at that. Oh, really? Then why don't you invite your team to our team lunch at Ichiraku's and you pay for his meal? I'll pass, but still, I know he likes ramen a lot, but it can't be that bad. Ask Iruka. He's bought Naruto ramen before, and I still remember the first team lunch where I let Naruto eat his usual amount. But that's a story for another time. In another chapter, Sasuke, Ino shouted as she ran toward the boy of her dreams. Ah, sheet, Sasuke thought. Ino was about to hug Sasuke when Sakura ran interference, and the two once again fought over who would be the Uchiha's girlfriend. Sasuke sighed and continued to practice the tree climbing. To his disdain, Sakura managed to master it first in a matter of minutes, even though she was the weakest of the 3. And even though Shino had yet to complete the exercises, he was closer to succeeding than the Uchiha. As he fell on his bum for the umpteenth time, he remembered something about the blonde kunoichi that would help him with his plans for Hinata. She was a gossiper as well as a friend of Naruto. Taking an opportunity while Sakura freaked out when one of Shino's bugs landed on her, he snuck away from his team and approached Ino. Hey, Ino, I want to talk to you privately. Ino froze and her cheeks turned pink. Sasuke wants to talk to me. Privately. What could he want? Maybe he wants to ask me out or kiss me. Take that, Sakura. Okay. Be cool, Ino. Don't blow it. Shikamaru and Choji were suspicious and about to protest, but one death glare from Ino shut them up. Of course, Sasuke. Let on. As Sasuke lead Ino away, Choji turned to his lazy friend. What do you think he wants? I don't know, but whatever it is will definitely be troublesome. Choji nodded in agreement. Once the two were away from any eavesdroppers, Sasuke turned toward Ino and spoke. Ino, I need your help with something. What do you need help with, Sasuke? You're friends with Naruto, right? Yes. Why? Ino couldn't tell where this was going, but it was obvious it wasn't going to end like she hoped, to her disappointment. Well, I admit I've kind of been a bit of a jerk to him, but that's in the past. I noticed other people don't look at him favorably, but for some reason, no one will say why. Yeah, I don't get it. The way they act, you'd think he killed somebody. Ino agreed sadly. She herself had seen the glares and saw him get kicked out of her favorite clothing store just after entering. Yeah, it made me realize my mistake in treating him badly. I was hoping you would help me change their minds about him. I just need to know why they act that way. Can you find out? I knew it. Sasuke does have a soft spot, and he's sharing it with me, of all people. Ino, though, of course I can. Good. And remember, he leaned in closer, causing Ino to blush. This is our little secret, and so is this. He kissed Ino on the cheek and returned to his team. Ino stood there for a few seconds, her brain processing what just happened. He kissed me. He kissed me. Sasuke just kissed me. Sure, it was on the cheek, but still. She reveled in her victory over the other Sasuke fangirls. Meanwhile, as Sasuke approached his team, deception and manipulation, two of the most important tools of a ninja. And while Ino does the work, I can focus on getting stronger. Sasuke, where did you go? Sakura asked. Nowhere important. Shino raises his brow in suspicion, but Sasuke ignores him and goes back to tree climbing. Dad, you're home. Tazuna's daughter shouts and gives him a hug. She has long, blue hair, a pink short-sleeved shirt with a red collar, and a long, blue skirt. Oh, who are they? She points toward Team 8 and Kakashi. Tsunami. These are the ninja from the hidden leaf I've hired to protect me. Yes, I'm Kurenai Yuhi, and these are my student. Name's Kiba Inuzuka. This little guy's my partner, Akamaru. Akamaru barked. And I'm Hinata Hyuga. Nenaruto Uzumaki, Mom. This is Yuki, he said, barely audible. Oh, and what about him? The one with one eye? Tsunami asked. Kakashi Hitaki. He answered. Well, come in, all of you. I'm sure we can find room for you somewhere. Everyone enters the house and sat down in the living room. Kiba, Hinata, and Naruto sat on the couch with Yuki on Naruto's lap and Akamaru still on Kiba's head, while Kurenai and Kakashi stood behind them, and Tazuna and Tsunami sat in chairs in front of them. Thank you for bringing my father back safely and helping us take back our home. Though I must say, you three seem a little young to be ninja. Tsunami point to the three genin. Well, Kurenai looked for a way to explain, knowing that telling her they were genin 1 month out of the academy with no prior experience would not instill confidence. Luckily, Tazuna bailed her out. These kids proved themselves on the way here, and those two are high-ranking ninja. Trust me, they'll keep me safe. Yeah, we'll keep the old drunk safe and beat anyone who tries anything. Hinata shout. Yeah, right. You're just going to die. Everyone turns to see a boy with spiky, black hair and green jumpsuit, yellow shirt, and a white hat with 2 blue lines. No one can stand up to Gato, so just go back to your own village. Inari, that was very rude. These ninja kept your grandpa safe. Apologize. Tsunami scolded. Meanwhile, Kurinai kept Hinata restrained with her hand covering the Hyuga girl's mouth, knowing she'd do and say something reckless in retaliation. Kiba and Akamaru growled, but otherwise kept quiet, and Naruto just sat there. "Humph." Inari just headed upstairs. "And where are you going?" the boy's mother asked. "To look out over the ocean. I want to be alone." Shortly afterwards, they heard a door slam. "Sorry about that," Tazuna said. "He's been like that since Gato took over." Kurinai released Hinata, who crossed her arms and mumbled, "Should be happy someone wants to help. Ungrateful twerp." "All right, let's start training," Kurinai said to her team. Kakashi leaned against a nearby tree while reading his book. Yuki was eating some nearby fireweed, looked up Rabbit's diet. "We'll be doing the water walking exercise now." "Why you mean like during your fight?" Naruto asked as he remembered how Kurinai and Zabuza easily fought atop the water. "Yes, and I warn you, it won't be as easy as the tree climbing exercise." Hinata didn't look worried while Kiba and Naruto subconsciously rubbed their bums at the memory of how easy that training was. Unlike tree climbing, which requires a fixed amount of chakra at the soles of your feet, water walking requires you to change the chakra discharge in order to stay atop the water's shifting surface. If you don't, you'll fall in. Luckily, Tsunami was nice enough to lend us some towel. Since none of the genin brought their swimsuits, Kiba and Naruto had to stick with removing their jackets, shirts, and sandals. Hinata removed her jacket and sandals as well, but obviously kept her shirt. "Now let me show you how it's done." Kurinai turned and walked onto the water. Hinata activated her Byakugan to look at her sensei's chakra to get a better idea of what to do. As you can see, or rather as Hinata can see, I'm constantly changing the flow of chakra to my feet in order to maintain my balance. "How's this supposed to help us fight Zabuza? Should we be learning some kick?" asked Jutsu. Hinata asked. Kurinai sighed. "Listen, like I said when we did tree climbing, these kind of exercises will improve your chakra control, which in turn will help improve any and all jutsu you know or will learn. For example, hasn't the tree climbing exercise improved the use of your eyes, Hinata? After all, since then you've managed to keep your bloodline on longer by adjusting the amount of chakra flowing in your eyes." Hinata nodded in defeat. She couldn't deny that training produced more results than simply walking up a tree, something she figured wouldn't come in handy. "Now then, let's begin." The three genin approached the water. Kiba and Naruto fell in the moment they stepped on the water. Hinata, on the other hand, managed to stay on top of the water a few minutes before losing her balance and falling in. Kurinai barely managed to contain her laughter at her students' failed attempts to walk on water. Hinata managed to completely maintain her balance on her third try, though Kurinai told her to continue practicing. A few tries later, Akamaru got the hang of it as well. "Looks like Akamaru has better chakra control than the two of you," Hinata commented. Whenever she managed to suppress her laughter, Kurinai gave her two male students advice and helped them. By the end of the day, Naruto and Kiba could stand on top of the water without falling in, though it acquired their full concentration. Meanwhile, Hinata and Akamaru could jump around. "All right, That's enough for today. Hinata, Akamaru, good work today. Hinata, you and I will do some light sparring tomorrow atop the water. Kiba, Naruto, you'll keep practicing with Kakashi. Ah, Kakashi's gaze left his book upon hearing his name. That's right, Kakashi. Don't think I'm going to let you just stand there reading that trash. So tomorrow, your lazy ass is helping train them. If you don't, you can kiss that book of yours goodbye. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi nodded frantically while hugging his book. Kurenai smiled and walked back to the house with Hinata behind her. Naruto picked up Yuki and stood by Kakashi with Kiba and Akamaru. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why doesn't Kurenai-sensei like your book? Kiba asked, unaware of its contents. Simple. That woman has no appreciation for fine literature, he answered as he walked toward the house as well. Dinner was uneventful. Once finished, Kurenai announced the sleeping arrangements. Me and Hinata will sleep in the guest room. Kakashi, you can take the couch. Kiba, Naruto, you two will sleep in the attic. Kiba mumbled how unfair it was since those two got to sleep in a bed, but went up for some shut-eye. Naruto was about to follow when Kurenai added, and no sneaking out for some private time, you two, pointing at the blonde and lavender-eyed girl, while Kakashi looked with some curiosity. Both blushed before Hinata got defensive. It wasn't like that. We didn't plan to both be awake. And it's not like anything happened. No, something almost happened. She thought as she thought about how they almost kissed. Whatever you say, Kurenai said, clearly enjoying herself. Kakashi took pity on the poor duo, so he stepped in. Speaking of private moments, I saw Asuma at your apartment a few nights ago. Care to explain? Now, it was Kurenai turn to blush. Hinata smiled deviously as she saw her moment and took it. You and Asuma-sensei, huh? Now that's interesting, she said, ready for payback, as she dragged Kurenai to their room for more teasing. Kurenai gave the white-haired Jonin a look that said, I'll get you for this. Kakashi just shrugged as he laid on the couch and went to sleep. The secret of Naruto Uzumaki proved to be a difficult challenge. But Ino loved challenges, especially when it came to information gathering. She is a Yamanaka after all. It's in her blood. Her father was captain of the intelligence division, and her natural determination to learn what was further fueled by her desire not to let Sasuke down. Ino first asked her father, who acted weird at first before refusing to answer. The same went for every adult she asked, including the ones who actually liked Naruto, which sadly wasn't much. She then tried eavesdropping on random civilians, but that didn't bear any fruit either. They all just called him Monster or Demon Brat, names she already knew were thrown at the poor boy. She finally learned the truth when she used a transformation to sneak into a bar. Secrets are often spilled when one is intoxicated enough, and one shinobi definitely was. I still CNT believe Themi will let that monster live, especially after what he did, the man said. Sure, we're not supposed to talk about that. Hokage's orders, remember? His companion reminded. Oh, phooey. Every Conan I here already knows. I guess, he relented. And I do agree. He's a danger to us all. We should finish what the fourth started. The fourth. Ino thought nearby, still in disguise. What does the fourth Hokage have to do with Naruto? Yeva. He may walk like he's human. Fi Megwa by Naruto, But if one now's s really to damn nine tails. Ino had to cover her mouth to hide her gasp. Naruto, the nine tails? No, that can't be true. The fourth Hokage killed that monster. Ino ran home, unsure what to believe. She wanted to think he misheard him or that he was wrong, but something in her wouldn't let it go. She needed this clear up, so when her father came home from work, she confronted him. Ino, my lovely daughter, what can I do for you? Inoichi noticed the look of distraught on Ino's face and grew worried. What's the matter? Did something happen? Ino looked up at her father and managed to choke out the words. I heard something about Naruto being connected to the Nine Tails. Is that truth? The look on her father's face was all the answer she needed. Oh God, it's true. Ino, listen to me, Inoichi said as he tried to calm his daughter down. Before you jump to any conclusions, let me explain just what happened that night almost 13 years ago. Ugh. Ino calmed down just a bit as she was still freaked out, but enough, and nodded. Okay, here's the real story of what happened that night. Despite his strength, Lord Fourth could not kill the demon fox. It was much too powerful. So instead, he had to seal it inside a newborn child. That child was Naruto. Ino finished. Believe me, the fourth didn't like it, but it was the only way. His dying wish was that the village see him as a hero, because Naruto keeps the demon imprisoned inside him. But the villagers are fools stuck in grief over the ones they lost, and they use Naruto as an outlet. Lord Third tried his best. He made it illegal for us to tell the younger generation so that Naruto would have friends, and those that hurt him physically would be punished. But that didn't stop them, he continued. Parents told their children to stay away from him, and even encouraged any ill will towards him. And I'm sure from hanging out with him that you've seen the villagers' contempt for him. Ino nodded. I once tried to adopt him. So did Shikaku, Choza, Tsum, and even Shibi, but the council stopped us. Ino was stuck in shock, not only from learning the truth of her fellow blonde, but also hearing a bit about his past and the fact that he was almost her adopted brother. And as she listened to her father's tale, even though he assured her Naruto was no threat to her shame, she still felt some fear toward the Jinchuriki. Listen to me. You can't tell anyone, not even your friends. It needs to be Naruto's decision. He'll tell you when he's ready. You mean he knows? He found out after the graduation exam from Mizuki. Your former sensei turned traitor and tried to use Naruto as a scapegoat. If it weren't for Irika, he would have succeeded. Now, please, take what I said to heart, and don't let what you've learned affect your friendship. 2 days have passed since the fight with Zabuza. Hinata, Kiba, Naruto, and Akamaru have gotten the hang of water walking. They currently were sparring with Kakashi while guarded Tazuna at the bridge. Naruto swarmed him with clones. Kiba performed hit and run attacks with Akamaru, and Hinata was waiting for an opening provided by her teammates. She got when he dove to the right to dodge Kiba and Akamaru's Fong over Fong attack. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. She struck 32 of his chakra points before he puffed into smoke. What? That was just a clone, Hinata yelled. T, then where's the real one? Naruto asked. Right here. Naruto turned his head to see the Jonin crouched right behind him about to attack. Leaf's secret finger jutsu. Bullseye. 1,000 years of death. Naruto flew into the air before crashed down into the water. Hinata was shocked at the use of such a weird, yeah, let's go with weird move. Kiba, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off as he clutched his sides. Wow, pretty effective. Ah, ah. You think so? Kiba instantly stopped laughing as he looked behind to see Kakashi with the same hand sign as before. Oh, sure. 1,000 years of death. Now, it was Kiba's turn to go flying. Kakashi looked at Hinata, who instantly moved her hands to cover her rear. Don't worry. I'd never use such a technique on a lady, he assured. Hinata looked at him for a few seconds before reactivating her Byakugan and returning to her fighting stance. Kakashi moved, but with her eyes she saw where he was going and struck to her left. But Kakashi caught her arm before her palm could connect and performed a sweep kick that had her lying on the water with a kunai to her neck. Not bad, but not good enough. Meanwhile, Kiba and Naruto climbed ashore, still sore from Kakashi's recent move. Ashi, Kiba. Yeah. I don't like sparring with Kakashi-sensei. Me neither. It's a pain in the ass, literally. What neither of them noticed was that in the shadow, Inari watched. They're wasting their time. They should just give up and run. Who do they think they are? Heroes. There's no such thing. Dinner time came, and everyone was getting seated. Kurinai told her team of the village's poverty. Stores barely had any merchandise. Children were forced to beg and steal to survive, and people are too afraid to do anything. Hinata looked finished eating when she noticed something on the wall. It was a torn picture of Inari, Tazuna, Tsunami, and one other person, but that was the part that was torn. Hey, what's with the torn picture? And who's the guy that's torn out? Tazuna's family immediately stopped what they were doing, their faces saddening, Inari more than the others. Clearly, this was a sore subject. That's my husband, Tsunami answered softly. They once called him a hero around here. Inari got out of his chair and made his way toward the door. Inari, where are you going? His mother asked, but he ignored her. Inari, come back here. But Inari was already out the door. Tsunami ran after her son, but not before scolding her father. Father, you know better than to call him that in front of Inari. The old man sighed. Sorry about that. I guess that's a sore subject. Hinata apologized while rubbing the back of her head. Yes, it is, Tazuna replied. But you guys deserve an explanation, so listen. His name was Kaiza, and though not by blood, he was a true father figure to Inari. To better understand the situation, you need to know their history. Inari took care of this little puppy he named Pachi. But one day a group of bullies come, their leader claiming the dog as his own. Inari protested, but they held him tight. Tired of his complaining, the leader threw Pachi into the water. They told him if he really wanted his dog back, he would have to save Pachi himself. Hearing this really pissed off Kiba and Akamaru. However, Inari couldn't swim and did nothing, hoping they'd have a change of heart. But instead, they pushed him in the water. Strangely enough, at that moment, Pachi learned to doggy paddle and swam to shore, with the bullies chasing after him. What? They left Inari to drown. Kurinai was furious upon hearing this. Yes, Tazuna said sadly, but fortunately, a stranger came by and saved him. That man was Kaiza. If it weren't for him, Inari would have drowned that day. Hinata and Naruto looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. It's like how we met Naruto. If I didn't come along when I did. She didn't finish that thought. After that, the two were inseparable. He taught Inari to live with no regrets, to protect that which you care about with both arms, no matter how tough or sad, even if you have to put your life on the line. He saw Kaiza as the father he never had. He looked up to him, following in his footsteps. He was so happy when Kaiza married my daughter, and I gladly called him son. Then one day, he became so much more. There was a storm, and the floodgates opened. Unless they were closed, the entire lower district would have been lost. However, the current was strong, and everyone was too afraid to swim out, tie the rope to the gate, so they could pull it closed. Everyone except Kaiza. That day he became a hero to this land. He taught us the meaning of courage, and Inari grew even more attached to him. Then came that dreadful day. The day Gato came to the land of waves and took over. Kaiza fought back, but Gato's mercs overwhelmed him and he was defeated. Gato had his arms cut off, crucified him, and publicly executed him as an example to anyone who defied Gato's rule. As poor Inari watched his father die, he changed. His spirit was crushed, as was everyone else's. They all lost faith in heroes. Everyone in the room was silent, slowly taking in this sad tale. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto got up and walked toward the door. Kurenai looked at her student and asked where he was going. "Something I have to do," he answered. Everyone was surprised, since only a few of them ever heard him speak without a stutter, which in itself was rare. Naruto walked into Inari's room. Inari turned and asked harshly, "What do you want?" His eyes were red, clear indications that he had been crying. I heard about why your father." Inari showed some surprise, but otherwise remained the same. "Then you understand? Does that mean you'll leave? It's better that you do, otherwise you'll die like he did." "And no, I'm here because..." Naruto's voice started to falter. Taking a moment to gather his courage and find his voice, he finished. "I'm going to prove to you heroes do exist, and me and my team will keep why your grandfather alive and stop Gato. I promise." Inari grew angry at his words. "You promise? You promise. My father made a promise too. He said he'd protect me and defend this land. And look where he is now. So don't go promising stuff like that like it means anything, and get this through your head. There are no such thing as heroes. But of course a stupid kid like you would believe in them. None of you know what it's like to lose someone close to you. None of you know what it's like not to feel safe in your own home. No, you've all lived happy lives in that big village of yours. What could you know about what we've gone through? So go and take your bullshit elsewhere." Naruto just stood there, listening as Inari yelled and insulted him. And when he was done, he just turned around and left the house. That's when Hinata, who followed Naruto upstairs and listened in on their conversation, popped out from her hiding spot, pissed off. She grabbed Inari by the collar of his shirt and pulled him toward her face. "What the hell is wrong with you? He wants to help you, and you insult him? You should be grateful there's someone willing to help." "I'm saving his life," Inari retorted. "He and the rest of you are just throwing your lives away meaninglessly. Gato is too strong to be beaten. Besides, it's not like any of you know what our lives are like. I've heard about you, Hyuga. Your family lives a lavish life." Hinata activated her bloodline. Really? Tell me, are you aware that I lost my mother, or that I lost my uncle shortly after I was nearly kidnapped in my own home? Or that I have to work twice as hard as anyone just to meet the ridiculous standards of my clan because I'm the heiress? And what do you know about Naruto? You were right about what you said about Naruto never losing anybody, because he never had anyone to begin with. He's an orphan with no family, and until I met him, no friends, living alone. The people of our village always mistreated him, calling him names, encouraging their children to ignore or bully him, refusing him service. And the first time we meet, which was only almost 3 years ago, he was beaten badly by a bunch of adults right in front of his apartment. In fact, if I hadn't passed by, he would have died that day. Sound familiar? I stuck a peek at his medical records and found out it wasn't the first time, not by a long shot. Hinata walked to the door and opened it. Before she left, she said one final thing. Ask yourself this. Do you really want things to stay the same? Is this really a life worth living? And with that, Hinata went after Naruto, leaving Inari to dwell on her words. She ran outside, hoping Naruto wasn't too hurt from Inari's words. Everyone else was asleep. She activated her Byakugan to look for him. After a few minutes of searching, she found him in a clearing, Yuki nearby, and what she saw surprised her. She had expected to find him sulking or depressed. Instead, she found him sparring with 3 clones, each wielding a kunai. They charged at him, swinging their weapons. Naruto dove between the 2 in front of him and slashed at the back of one's neck. Then, he kicked the other one hard as the clone turned around, and he dispelled 2. The last clone brought his kunai down, but the real Naruto raised his own, and the 2 blades clashed. Both jumped back, and the real one threw his kunai right at the clone's heart. Hinata looked at Naruto's blue eyes and saw fiery determination. I've never seen that look in his eyes, not even during the graduation exam. He's really changed a lot. Hinata's heart swelled with pride as she looked at her friend. Deciding to make her presence known, she left the tree line and walked into the clearing. Naruto was surprised to see Hinata walk towards him. Hinata, what are you doing here? I, overheard your conversation with Inari, then saw you leave. Why you didn't do anything too rash, all right? Naruto asked, worried Hinata's temper may have gotten the best of her. Relax, I just had a few choice words with him and left. He was left unharmed, I assure you. So, I see you're training pretty hard. WL, yeah. I have to get S stronger to keep my P promise, you know. Hinata smiled at this. Well, don't go try and be a hero on your own. Remember, you got me at your side. You and me will save this land. In fact, she brought her left hand to the pouch strapped to her leg. She grabbed a kunai and gave herself a little cut in her right hand, just enough to draw blood. Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata, what are you? Calm down. There's a reason for this, but I need you to do the same, okay? WY? Naruto asked confused. Simple, we're gonna vow on our blood to never give in and keep our promises. Now, are you in or not? Naruto complied and did as Hinata had done earlier. After he was done, Hinata took his hand. Both of them blushed. Then Naruto spoke up. What now? I have no idea, she admitted. I've never done this before. Just give me a second. She thought about how to go about it. I got it. Okay. On this night, we swear to never give up. She looked at Naruto, silently urging him to continue. He got the message. And never go back on Oh Our Word. That's our ninja way. Believe it. Naruto quietly added before covering his mouth with his left hand. Hinata raised her eyebrow at him. Believe it. Sorry, I didn't know where that came from. Naruto said, embarrassed. Hinata just laughed as she walked to the edge of the clearing. She turned around to face Naruto. All right, well, enough of this. Let's spar. After all, we've both got to get stronger to uphold our word. She dropped into the gentle fist stance. Come at me with all you've got. Naruto nodded and summoned a couple of shadow clones, and they all charged at Hinata. And the two of them trained throughout the night. Alpha, so what did you think of that? Woo. Sasuke kissed me. Sakura, on the cheek, and it was only to manipulate you. He still kissed me. Sakura, by the way, what's that other document you're working? Alpha. Oh, it's a runaway fanfic where Naruto leaves the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura, wait, what? Alpha. Yeah, but that's going to be difficult since I won't be able to rely on the show. Still, should be interesting. Sakura. So where will he go? Alpha. Let me write the first chapter and maybe you'll know. Is it going to distract you from this? Alpha. Maybe, or vice versa. Shino. When will I play a major role? Alpha. Don't worry. I have plans for you, Shino. Kiba. Why do you have to make Kakashi-sensei use that technique? Ulpa. I loved writing that part. Naruto. Well, since you love that move so much, why don't I show it to you? Forms the hand sign. Alpha. You wouldn't. Naruto. Leaf secret finger jutsu. Alpha. Get away from me. Runs away with Naruto, chasing after him. Chapter 9, Calm Before the Storm. Everyone was eating breakfast when Tsunami asked, Hey, where are Naruto and Hinata? They stop eating and look around to see that the two genin were missing. I thought it was unusually peaceful this morning, Tazuna joked. Now that I think about it, I never saw Hinata in the bedroom, Kurenai thought. Yeah, Naruto wasn't in his sleeping bag either, Kiba added. I'm sure they're fine. They probably were out training late, Kakashi assured. Me and Akamaru will go looking for them. After all, tracking is our specialty right next to kicking ass. The duo finished their breakfast and went off to find them, following their scent. A boy the age of 15 walked through the forest. He had long black hair, dark brown eyes, and pale skin. The boy wore a pink kimono that had red edges, no sleeves, and had plum-colored swirls on it, along with a white sash around his waist and brown sandals. As he walked through the forest, he spied a child asleep on the floor. The child was a boy with blonde hair and an orange outfit. Still asleep, the blonde turned his head, revealing his headband with the leaf symbol. The older boy's eyes widened as he remembered seeing the boy a few days ago. He slowly approached the blonde and kneeled before him. His hand hovered above the sleeping boy's neck, positioned to choke the life out of him. And then the boy grabbed the blonde's shoulder and shook him awake. Hey, you'll catch a cold sleeping here. Wake up. The blonde awoke and looked at the one responsible for disturbing his sleep. Oh, hello, Emma, Mom? Why does everyone think I'm a woman? Aren't you going to tell me your name? Sorry. I'm Naruto. And this. W8. Where's Hinata? Naruto looks around, trying to locate his friend. He spots her curled up next to a tree to his right. Oh, there she is. Well, Naruto, it's nice to meet you. My name's Haku. I'm gathering medicinal herbs for my father. He's currently injured at the moment, so I'm going to use these herbs to heal him. Do you need any help? Naruto asked. Why, thank you. I'd like that, Haku answered. So while Hinata continued to sleep, Haku and Naruto gathered herbs. So, I noticed your headband. Are you a ninja, or are you making a fashion statement? Why, yeah, I'm an ninja from Tea the Leaf Village. I was out here tea training. Really, why? Haku asked. I want Tea to get stronger. But you look plenty strong. Isn't that enough? I'm not really Tea that strong. Naruto said quietly. I need a G get stronger, so I can earn the respect of others. There are people I need to prove myself to. So are you training for others or yourself? Haku asked. Naruto didn't understand what Haku meant. Haku couldn't help but giggle at the boy's confusion. What's so funny? Instead of answering him, Haku decided to ask something. So, do you have someone precious to you? Precious? Yes, someone close to you. Someone you want to protect with everything you've got. Someone who gives you purpose. So do you? Naruto turned to look at the sleeping Hyuga. Yeah, Ido. He said softly. Haku barely heard the words, but could tell by the look on Naruto's face that she was his most precious person. Good, 'cause it's my belief that only when you have someone precious can you truly become strong, Haku said with a smile. And Naruto could help but smile a little too. So, what makes her so precious to you? Naruto blushed for a sec, but then his face grew sad, which did not go unnoticed by Haku. Well, I've been an orphan since the D-Day I was born, and for most of my life, I was alone. Haku looked into his eyes and could see the loneliness in them, the same loneliness that had been in his own eyes. But then the loneliness left Naruto's eyes as he looked once again at Hinata. But then I met her. She saved me from my depression. She became my first friend. And soon enough, she helped me make more friends, and now I'm no longer alone. Haku smiled. I know how you feel. The man I'm gathering these herbs for is not my biological father. But after what he's done for me, well, I'm sure you can guess. What happened? Naruto asked curiously. Well, my parent died when I was 5. I had no other family, so I ended up on the streets. I spent 3 years alone, with no purpose in my life. Then he came. He found me and took me in. And now my purpose is to protect him, with my life if necessary. She's not that much different from me, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, as Hinata slept, Yuki, whose fur had been slowing turning brown due to exposure to the sun and the lack of snow, came up to her and nuzzled her cheek. Hee hee, Naruto, that tickles, she muttered quietly. Slowly, she stirred from slumber and opened her eyes. Huh? Oh, morning, Yuki, she says, sitting up and stretching. Now where's? She looks around until she spies the blonde a bit across the forest with someone she didn't know. Who's she? Hinata thought as she got up and walked toward them, Yuki next to her. Naruto heard them coming and turned to their direction. Good and morning Hinata, Yuki. Hey, she said while looking at Haku. Who's she? She thinks I'm a woman too, huh? I'm a friend, Haku replied. I was out gathering herbs for my father when saw Naruto here passed out. I woke him up, and soon after he offered to help me, and we started talking. That better be all that happened. So, miss, what's your name? Haku was about to answer when they heard someone approaching. They all turned toward the noise to see Akamaru appeared, followed closely by Kiba. There you guys are. Kurenai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei were a little worried something happened to you last night. Kiba stopped when he saw Haku. Well, hello there. Name's Kiba, one of the Hidden Leaf's top genin. So, what do you say we get to know each other better over lunch later? Haku giggled at Kiba as he asked him on a date. I'm afraid I have a busy day ahead of me. Which reminds me, I must be going. But perhaps one day we'll meet again, Haku said as he grabbed his basket. Oh, but before I go, I have one thing to say. Everyone gave Haku their attention. I'm a boy. Naruto and Hinata looked embarrassed as they had that he was a she, but Kiba looked mortified. That chick W is a dude. Hinata sighed and said, let's get going. You said our senseis were worried, so let's not keep them waiting. The three genin along with their animal companions walked back to Tezuna's house, though Kiba was still in a state of shock. But he looks like, can't believe that was so sure. Akamaru looked back at where the older boy was, thinking his scent was familiar. Haku walked through the forest until he arrived at a hideout in one of the larger trees. He entered the building and into the bedroom, where the demon of the mist laid. I'm back, Master Zabuza. What took you so long? Zabuza demanded. Haku was supposed to be back half an hour ago, and he did not like to be kept waiting. Apologies, I ran into the genin you fought a few days ago. Oh, those brats. Zabuza examined the boy he had picked off the street years ago. You don't look like you've been in a fight. So what exactly happened? They didn't recognize me. In fact, they thought I was a woman, Haku answered, sounding a little annoyed at that last fact. Maybe if you didn't dress like that, got yourself a haircut, and laid off the makeup, you'd look more like a man. Zabuza said, more annoyed at the fact that they've had this argument many times before. But I like this look. Haku argued. Zabuza just shook his head and sighed. Just tell me you at least got some info off of them. Well, two of them are passed out from late night training. I think they're expecting us. No matter. I was going to have you join me in the final battle else. The young blonde seems infatuated with Hyuga girl, and I'm guessing the feeling is mutual from the way she was looking at me. Zabuza nodded. With proper planning and luck, they might be able to use that against them. Anything else? Yes, the Inuzuka mentioned someone named Kakashi was waiting for them at the bridge builder's home along with Kurenai. Zabuza's eyes widened upon hearing that name. Did you say Kakashi? Haku looked confused. Yes, do you know him? Only by reputation. Kakashi Hitaki of the Sharingan Eye, the man who's copied 1,000 jutsu. A dangerous opponent. If he was alone, I might be able to take him, but with the Genjutsu mistress and those three brats, we won't stand a chance if we fight all of them at once. Then, perhaps we should leave, Haku suggested. It wasn't just that he didn't like these odds or the fact that he despised Gato. and what he was doing. No, the main reason was that Haku didn't want to have to fight them, especially Naruto. Under different circumstances, he believed the two of them would have been good friends. No, I won't ruin my reputation just because things got rough. We'll just have to keep one of the Jonin away from the battle. As you wish, Lord Zabuza, Haku said dejectedly. Well, judging from your current recovery rate, you should be ready to fight in about 2 days. Plenty of time. What happened to you two last night? Kurenai asked. The three Jinin, Akamaru, and Yuki returned to find both senseis waiting outside the house. I got worried when I woke up and saw you hadn't returned. Hinata rubbed the back of her head and smiled sheepishly. Sorry about that, sensei. Me and Naruto were doing some late-night training. I guess we may have overdone it a bit and ended up sleeping outside. Well, I'm glad you're taking your training seriously. Make sure to tell either me or Kakashi so one of us can supervise. Yes, sensei, the two replied. Good. Finish breakfast quickly so we can begin, Kakashi said with a smile. Kiba and Naruto jumped back and covered their asses, remembering what Kakashi did yesterday during training. Kakashi, did you forget it's your turn to guard Tazuna at the bridge? Kurenai asked. Of course not. I didn't say I was going to do it. Kiba and Naruto let out the breathe they were holding in relief. Well, see ya. And with that, Kakashi left with Tazuna in tow. So what's up with two? You got nervous at the idea of training with Kakashi. Kurenai asked the two boys, curious about their reaction. WL, let's just say that with Kakashi Sensei, you learn to watch your back and your ass. Kiba mentally added while Naruto nodded in agreement. Kurenai just shrugged and lead the Genin to where they would train. Come on, Yuki, Naruto said to his little friend. He jumped into Naruto's arms as the young blonde followed his team to their destination. Hinata hung back to speak with Naruto. By the way, I haven't forgotten the bet we made. If you need help, ask Kiba. He's tagged along on some of my pranks, so he'll be able to help you. Naruto sighed. Last night, Hinata decided a bet would give them extra incentive. If within half an hour, Naruto could land 10 blows on her without being hit back, she'd treat him to as much ramen as he wanted. And hits by and on clones counted. If she won, however, Naruto would have to prank the Hokage when they got back. Naruto did better than Hinata expected. His best was 7 blows, and once it was almost 8, but Hinata managed to successfully dodge and counter. After that, she upped the ante, as she had no intention of losing. So in the end, Naruto ended losing the bet. After listening to Hinata's advice, Naruto decided he would talk to Kiba after training. Sasuke was soaking his sore body in the tub. Earlier, he was jogging, and when he turned a corner, he ran into a woman with violet hair holding some dango. The collision knocked her treats out of her hands and onto the ground, pissing the woman off. A part of Sasuke felt he just made a big mistake. Sasuke got up and looked in the mirror, snake bites covering his shoulders and arms. A part of him thinks that if it weren't for that scared man, his forehead protector in a bandana style, stopping her and making her give him the antidotes for the poisons, he would have died. At least one good thing came out of that, Sasuke thought as he closed his eyes. A second later, he opened them, but they were different. Instead of black eyes, they were red. His left, I had 1 tomo, and his right, I had 2. My Sharingan is finally active. Just wait, brother. I become stronger and kill you. Sasuke got dressed in his PJs, which consisted of a black t-shirt with the Uchiha crest on the front and a pair of black shorts. But before he could get to bed, he heard someone knocking on his door. Grabbing a kunai, just in case, he walked to his door and looked through the peephole to see who it was. There on the other side of the door was Ino. "You got the info on Naruto?" Sasuke asked as he opened the door. Ino nodded. Ever since finding out the truth, she debated on whether or not to follow her father's instructions or tell Sasuke what she learned. On one hand, this wasn't her secret, and to reveal said secret is a crime. However, Ino still felt she could trust Sasuke, though she didn't know he would react or what he would do with it. So Ino told him about Naruto having the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Sasuke's eyes widened upon hearing that. "So, W, what are we gonna do?" "Don't worry about it," was all he said before shutting the door and getting some sleep. Ino sighed. She was hoping to get another kiss on the cheek from Sasuke, or maybe on the lips this time. Still, it was getting late, so she probably interrupted his sleep or something. Kakiba, are you as sure this is a good idea?" Naruto asked. "Trust me, he won't know what hit him," Kiba assured. It's not that," Naruto argued. "This plan is just kinda, embarrassing. Hey, you wanted my help. I guess. It's a good thing Tazuna has all the materials we need. All right, show me what you've got so far." "Alpha. Well, I bet you can guess what this plan of Kiba's is." "Sakura. Seriously? Ino, you're adding that?" "Alpha. Not exactly a big fan of it myself, but I need it for later." Sakura and Ino just roll their eyes and leave. Zabuza. Well, I better get ready the big fight next chapter. Alpha. Yep. Now I just need to decide whether to kill him off or not. Haku. Least thanks to the poll, I know what happens to me. Alpha. Now to get the next chapter started. Kurama. And reveal the true star of this story. Alpha. Kurama. How did fit into my... You know what? Never mind, I don't want to know. Kurama. Good, because I don't feel like explaining. Now hurry up. People want to see the power of the greatest of the tailed beast. Alpha. The 10 tails? Kurama. No. Me. Alpha. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Kurama. Not as sorry as you're going to be. Naruto. He's over here. Alpha. Oh, crud. Naruto. Found you. You escaped last time, but now I'll get you. 1,000 years of death. Alpha runs away, chased by Naruto.